Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. The yellow light of the street lamp filtered through the thin curtains, casting long shadows across Emma's bedroom. It was 3:17 a.m., and for the third night in a row, she found herself awake, staring at the ceiling, listening. The old apartment building settled around her with its familiar creaks and groans, but there was something else tonight, a soft, rhythmic sound coming from the kitchen. Footsteps, deliberate and unhurried, moving across the linoleum floor. Emma had been living in apartment 27B for exactly 42 days. The rental agreement had seemed too good to be true. Affordable rent in the heart of Millfield, a quaint college town with skyrocketing housing prices. The landlord had explained that her roommate Daniel traveled extensively for work, some kind of consulting job that kept him away for weeks at a time. "You'll barely notice him," the landlord had assured her with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. She hadn't thought much about Daniel's absence. His bedroom door remained perpetually closed, and Emma had respected his privacy. She had never seen him, not even once. The arrangement had suited her perfectly, all the benefits of splitting rent without the complications of actually sharing her space. The footsteps in the kitchen stopped. Emma held her breath, straining to hear. The sound of running water reached her ears, followed by the gentle clink of dishes. She glanced at her phone, considering whether to text Lily, her best friend who had warned her about taking an apartment with a stranger. But what would she say? "I think my invisible roommate is making a midnight snack." It sounded ridiculous even in her own mind. Detective Marcus Reed hunched over his desk, reviewing the file for the third time that morning. The disappearance of Daniel Whitaker had been cold for almost a year now. 27 years old, employed as a financial analyst at Horizon Partners, reported missing by his sister when he failed to show up for their monthly dinner. The initial investigation had been thorough but fruitless. No signs of foul play, no suspicious financial transactions, no unusual behavior reported by colleagues or friends. It was as if Daniel had simply decided to vanish. What had brought the case back to Reed's attention was a curious detail that had emerged during a routine follow-up. Daniel's rent was still being paid punctually every month. The payments came from his account, set up as automatic transfers that continued long after his disappearance. More intriguing still was the discovery that a new tenant had moved into his apartment 2 months ago. Emma pressed her ear against Daniel's bedroom door. The silence on the other side was absolute. She had never tried to enter his room before, but the events of the past few nights had left her feeling increasingly uneasy. Last night, she had found a plate in the sink with remnants of pasta still warm to the touch. The night before, a coffee mug had appeared on the counter, the residue of fresh coffee still visible at the bottom. Her hand hovered over the doorknob. Was she overreacting? Perhaps Daniel had returned without her noticing. But wouldn't he have introduced himself? Wouldn't she have heard him coming through the front door? The doorknob turned easily in her hand, unlocked. Emma pushed the door open slowly, the hinges protesting softly in the stillness of the apartment. The room beyond was dark, and she fumbled for the light switch on the wall. When the overhead light flickered on, Emma stood frozen in the doorway, her breath caught in her throat. The room was impeccably neat, almost unlived in. A bed with hospital corners, a desk with a closed laptop, a dresser with nothing on its polished surface. But what made Emma's skin prickle with unease was the wall opposite the bed. It was covered from floor to ceiling with photographs. Hundreds of them, meticulously arranged in a grid, and every single one was of her. Emma in the grocery store, Emma walking to work, Emma sitting in the coffee shop where she liked to read on Sunday mornings. Emma sleeping in her bed, the very same bed where she had been lying awake just minutes ago. Detective Reed parked his unmarked car across the street from the apartment building. He had called ahead to the landlord, who had been surprisingly cooperative. Yes, he remembered Daniel Whitaker. No, he hadn't seen him in a long time. Yes, he had rented the second bedroom to a young woman named Emma Chen. No, he hadn't mentioned anything about Daniel's disappearance. Why would he? It wasn't like he was dead or anything. Reed had been a detective for 17 years, and something about this case tugged at his instincts. The continued rent payments, the new roommate, the landlord's casual dismissal of Daniel's absence, it all felt wrong, like pieces from different puzzles forced together. Emma's hands trembled as she dialed 911. She had backed out of the room, careful not to touch anything, and locked herself in her own bedroom. The operator's voice was calm and reassuring as Emma described what she had found. "Stay on the line," the woman said. "Officers are on their way." As she waited, Emma's mind raced through the past 6 weeks. Had she ever felt watched? Had she ever sensed someone else's presence in the apartment when she was alone? She thought of the strange dreams she'd been having lately, dreams where she was walking through the apartment while someone followed closely behind her, always just out of sight. The sound of knocking at the front door made her jump. "Police," a voice called out. "Ms. Chen, are you in there?" Detective Reed watched as the forensics team worked methodically through the apartment. Emma Chen sat on the couch in the living room, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders despite the warmth of the evening. She had answered his questions with remarkable composure, describing the odd occurrences of the past few nights and her discovery of the photographs. "I've never even met him," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "How could he have all those pictures of me?" Reed had no answer for her yet. The technicians were still processing Daniel's room, carefully documenting each photograph before removing it as evidence. The laptop found on the desk was password protected, already bagged and tagged for the digital forensics team. "Ms. Chen," Reed said gently, "I need to tell you something. Daniel Whitaker was reported missing almost a year ago. No one has seen or heard from him since." Emma's face paled, but the landlord said he traveled for work. He said Daniel paid his share of the rent, he said. "The rent payments were automated," Reed explained. "They've been coming out of his account regularly since before he disappeared." "Then who?" Emma's question hung in the air, unfinished. The answer came 3 days later, after the forensics team had finished their exhaustive examination of the apartment. They found a small opening in the wall of Daniel's closet, hidden behind a row of neatly hung shirts. The opening led to a crawl space between the walls, narrow but navigable, that connected to a similar opening in Emma's closet. And in that cramped, dusty space, they found a sleeping bag, a small box of protein bars, and a water bottle. A phone charger snaked its way to an outlet in Daniel's room through a tiny hole in the drywall. A notebook contained meticulous entries detailing Emma's daily routine, her conversations on the phone, the times she left and returned to the apartment. But of Daniel Whitaker, there was no sign. The case took another turn when the digital forensics team cracked the password on Daniel's laptop. The browser history revealed frequent visits to websites dedicated to living invisibly and how to disappear completely. There were detailed notes on creating false identities, avoiding surveillance cameras, and techniques for moving silently through occupied spaces. More disturbing were the emails. dozens of them, sent from Daniel's account to his own address, describing his project, an experiment in existing alongside someone without ever being seen. The emails became increasingly erratic over time, filled with rambling philosophical musings about perception and reality. The last email, dated just 2 days before Emma found the photographs, contained only a single line: "She's starting to hear me. I need to be more careful." Emma never returned to the apartment. The landlord, now under investigation for his role in renting out the apartment of a missing person, arranged for her belongings to be packed and delivered to her parents' home, where she had gone to stay. The case of Daniel Whitaker remained open, his whereabouts unknown. Detective Reed often found himself thinking about the case in quiet moments. Had Daniel staged his own disappearance only to hide in plain sight? Was he still out there watching from the shadows? Or had something more sinister happened, something that the evidence had yet to reveal? In the end, all Reed had were theories and a collection of unsettling photographs, frozen moments of a life, unwittingly shared with someone who had mastered the art of not being seen. And sometimes, late at night, he would find himself looking over his shoulder, wondering if he too was being watched by eyes he couldn't see. The case of the roommate who was never seen officially remains unsolved. But in Millfield, tenants have become more cautious about shared accommodations. They check closets more carefully, listen more intently to the sounds their apartments make in the night, and wonder about the strangers they agree to live with, the ones they see, and perhaps more importantly, the ones they don't. Story 2, the house had been empty for years at least, that's what the neighbors thought. But when a real estate agent went inside for an inspection, the furniture was still arranged perfectly. Fresh fruit sat in a bowl on the table. A radio played softly in the corner, and the front door, it had just locked itself behind her. Rachel Peters had been in real estate for 15 years. She had seen everything from hidden rooms to forgotten pets, but never had she experienced anything like this. The Victorian house at 317 Maple Street was supposed to be vacant, abandoned after the previous owner, Alina Wilkins, had passed away some 3 years ago. With no next of kin and property taxes mounting, the county had finally taken possession and put it up for auction. The autumn afternoon cast long shadows through the dusty windows as Rachel stood in the entryway, her heart beating a steady rhythm against her ribs. The house was silent now. The radio that had been playing moments before had stopped, leaving only the soft ticking of an antique grandfather clock in the hallway. She tried the door handle again, feeling the cool brass resist her efforts. "Hello," her voice didn't echo as one might expect in an empty house. Instead, it seemed to be absorbed by the walls, by the heavy velvet curtains, by the plush carpet beneath her sensible heels. Rachel pulled her phone from her pocket, only to find no service bars, of course. The living room to her right was immaculate. No dust sheets covered the Victorian furniture. No cobwebs draped across the crystal chandelier. Everything looked as if it had been polished that morning. Rachel's fingers traced the edge of a mahogany side table, expecting to feel grime, but finding only the smooth coolness of well-maintained wood. In the kitchen, the bowl of fruit caught her attention again. Apples, oranges, and a single ripe banana arranged in a perfect still life. Rachel reached out, hesitating for a moment before touching an apple. It was firm, fresh, impossible in an abandoned house. She lifted it to her nose. The crisp scent of apple filled her senses, making her stomach growl softly in response. Detective Marcus Holloway received the call at 6:47 p.m. A real estate agent had failed to return to her office after an afternoon showing. Her car was still parked outside the property. Her husband had been called. No, this wasn't like her at all. Yes, they had already tried knocking. The detective's weathered sedan pulled up behind Rachel's gleaming SUV as the streetlights flickered to life. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly retirees and young professionals who were still at work. A patrol officer stood on the sidewalk, notebook in hand, speaking with a petite woman who kept clasping and unclasping her hands. Mrs. Peters, Detective Holloway approached, his voice low and calm. "I'm Detective Holloway. Can you tell me when you last heard from your wife?" "This morning she texted me about lunch, then about this showing. She said the house gave her a strange feeling, but she didn't elaborate." Jack Peters looked up at the house, its windows dark despite the early evening hour. She was supposed to be home by 5. Detective Holloway nodded, making a note in his small leather-bound notebook. The paper made a soft scratching sound under his pen. "And you've tried calling her?" "It goes straight to voicemail." The house loomed before them, its Victorian architecture somehow more menacing in the gathering dusk. Detective Holloway approached the front door, knocking firmly. The sound seemed to disappear into the house, leaving no echo. Inside, Rachel sat perfectly still at the dining room table. The chair was uncomfortable, all hard angles and ornate carving, but she dared not move. Across from her sat an elderly woman in a high-necked dress that might have been fashionable 50 years ago. The woman's hair was pulled back in a severe bun, her skin pale and translucent in the dim light of the candelabra between them. "More tea, dear." The woman's voice was like dried leaves rustling in autumn wind. Rachel nodded, watching as the woman lifted the teapot with trembling hands. The liquid that poured into her cup was dark, almost black in the candlelight. "You're wondering about the house," the woman said, setting down the teapot with careful precision. "About why it's still furnished, about why I'm still here." "You're Alina Wilkins," Rachel whispered, the name coming to her lips unbidden. The woman's smile did not reach her eyes. "I am, and I'm afraid I cannot let you leave, Miss Peters. You see, I need company. It gets terribly lonely here." Outside, Detective Holloway was conferring with his sergeant about obtaining a warrant when one of the patrol officers called out, "Sir, the door's unlocked now." Detective Holloway approached cautiously, testing the handle. Indeed, it turned easily in his grip. The door swung open silently, revealing a dark hallway. The beam of his flashlight cut through the gloom, illuminating dust particles floating in the air. "Ms. Peters, Rachel Peters, Police Department, are you in here?" His voice carried through the house, but no response came. Unlike Rachel's experience hours earlier, the house that greeted the detective was exactly what one would expect from a long-abandoned property. Dust sheets covered lumpy furniture shapes. The air was stale and heavy, with the scent of mildew and decay. Their footsteps echoed on bare hardwood floors as they moved from room to room. In the kitchen, Detective Holloway's flashlight revealed an empty countertop. No fruit bowl, no sign of recent occupation. The cabinets, when opened, contained nothing but mouse droppings and the occasional cobweb. "Sir," a young officer stood in the doorway leading to what must have been the dining room. "You should see this." On the dusty dining table sat a woman's purse, a set of car keys, and a cell phone. Rachel's identification confirmed what they already suspected, but of the woman herself there was no trace. The investigation continued for weeks. Every inch of the house and grounds was searched. Cadaver dogs found nothing. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no disturbed Earth. Rachel Peters had simply vanished. 2 months later, Jack Peters received a letter in the mail. No return address, no postmark. Inside was a single sheet of paper with his wife's handwriting. "I'm fine. Alina needs me. Please don't look for us." The police report remains open to this day. Sometimes, late at night, neighbors report seeing lights in the windows of 317 Maple Street. Sometimes they say they can hear faint music playing an old radio tune from decades past. And sometimes, very rarely, they glimpse two women sitting at the dining room table, sharing tea by candlelight. But when the police arrive, they find only an empty house, gathering dust, waiting for its next visitor. Story 3. His camera was found at the bottom of a ravine, lens cracked but memory card intact. As the police reviewed the photos, they saw a series of breathtaking landscapes. Then the last picture appeared, a blurry shot of someone, standing just behind him. The soft glow of computer screens illuminated the otherwise dim conference room at the Blackridge County Sheriff's Department. Outside, autumn rain tapped gently against the windows, creating a soothing rhythm that belied the growing tension within the room. Detective Sarah Mercer leaned forward, her reflection ghosting across the monitor as she studied the image before her. Her fingers, wrapped around a ceramic mug of now-cold coffee, tightened imperceptibly. "Play it again," she said, her voice carrying the weight of 3 sleepless nights. "From the beginning." The technician nodded, his chair creaking as he reset the slideshow. One by one, images appeared on screen, a chronicle of Daniel Hayes' final hike through Blackridge National Forest. The first few photos captured the majestic beauty of nature, sunlight filtering through ancient pines, a narrow stream winding between moss-covered stones, a hawk soaring against a canvas of deep blue sky. As the slideshow progressed, the timestamps revealed Hayes' journey deeper into the wilderness. He was an experienced hiker, Officer Reynolds commented, his notepad filled with meticulous observations. 32 years old, local high school science teacher, been hiking these trails since he was a teenager. Sarah nodded, her eyes never leaving the screen. And yet he missed his check-in, 3 days overdue before the search began. The images continued their silent narrative. Hayes had documented his ascent up Crow's Peak with methodical precision. Every hour, another photograph. The weather had been perfect that day, clear skies and gentle breezes. Nothing in the earlier images suggested any reason for concern. "Stop," Sarah said suddenly. "Go back one." The technician complied, returning to a photograph taken at 3:47 p.m. It showed a peculiar formation of rocks near the summit trail. Something about their arrangement seemed deliberate, almost unnatural. "Has anyone checked this location specifically?" she asked, tapping her finger against the screen. Reynolds consulted his notes. The search teams covered the entire summit trail. Nothing unusual reported. Sarah frowned, making a mental note to revisit that area herself. The slideshow resumed, and with each advancing image, the daylight began to wane. Hayes had started his descent as afternoon shadows lengthened across the mountainside. The timestamps grew further apart. He was moving faster now, perhaps concerned about losing daylight. At 5:22 p.m., he had stopped to photograph a peculiar tree, its trunk twisted into an almost human-like form. At 5:46 p.m., he captured the sun setting behind distant peaks, painting the sky in watercolors of amber and rose. By 6:30 p.m., he was using flash photography, the dense forest around him now draped in early evening darkness. The conference room had fallen into complete silence, save for the persistent rain against the windows and the occasional sip of coffee. Everyone present knew what was coming: the final photograph, the one found on the memory card of Hayes' damaged camera, recovered at the bottom of Eagle's Ravine, nearly 2 miles off his planned route. "This is where it gets strange," the technician said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The last photo was taken at 8:17 p.m. The image appeared on screen. Unlike the carefully composed shots that preceded it, this one was tilted, slightly out of focus. Hayes appeared to have been taking a selfie with the forest behind him, his headlamp creating a small circle of light in the gathering darkness. His expression was relaxed, perhaps tired, but showing no signs of distress or fear. But there, in the shadows, just beyond the reach of his headlamp, stood a figure. "Can you enhance that area?" Sarah asked, pointing to the blurred shape. The technician nodded, selecting the region and adjusting the contrast and brightness. The figure remained frustratingly indistinct, a darker shadow among shadows, human-shaped but somehow wrong in its proportions. Too tall, perhaps, or standing at an impossible angle on the steep terrain. "We've run it through every filter and enhancement program we have," the technician explained. "This is as clear as it gets." Sarah leaned back in her chair, absently twisting her wedding ring, a habit when deep in thought. And the search teams found nothing else. No backpack, no additional equipment. Reynolds shook his head. Just the camera, 15 feet down the ravine. The strange thing is, according to the GPS data from his phone, which was found with his remains, Hayes shouldn't have been anywhere near Eagle's Ravine. It's completely off the marked trails. The word remains hung heavy in the air. What they had found of Daniel Hayes 3 weeks after his disappearance had been insufficient, enough for identification through dental records, but little else. The medical examiner had been unable to determine a cause of death, though the scattered nature of the remains suggested animal intervention post-mortem. "What about other hikers?" Sarah asked. "Anyone else reported on the trails that day?" The park ranger logged 7 individuals or groups entering the forest that day, Reynolds replied, flipping through his notes. "All accounted for except Hayes." Sarah stood up, stretching muscles stiff from sitting too long. She walked to the window, watching raindrops chase each other down the glass. "I want to interview them anyway. Someone might have seen something they didn't think was important." Behind her, the final photograph remained on screen, the indistinct figure a silent witness to whatever had befallen Daniel Hayes. Sarah had investigated her share of accidents in these mountains, hikers who strayed from trails, underestimated the weather, or overestimated their abilities. But something about this case felt different. The camera's location so far from where Hayes' remains were discovered, the unidentifiable figure in that final image. The strange rock formation he had photographed earlier in the day. Over the next 3 weeks, Sarah methodically built her investigation. She interviewed every hiker logged in the forest that day, walked Hayes' planned route herself, and spent hours at Eagle's Ravine, trying to understand how he could have ended up there. The ravine was treacherous even in daylight, with loose shale and a nearly vertical drop. No experienced hiker would have approached it at night. The breakthrough came unexpectedly, as they often did in Sarah's experience. A Forest Service employee, clearing deadfall after the autumn storms, discovered Hayes' backpack wedged between 2 boulders nearly half a mile from where his remains had been found. The pack was mostly intact, containing his water filter, emergency supplies, trail maps, and a journal. Sarah sat at her kitchen table that evening, reading Hayes' final entries by the warm light of a table lamp. Most were typical trail notes, observations about flora and fauna, weather conditions, trail conditions, but the entry from his final day contained something unusual. Took a detour to check out the stone circle mentioned in Blackridge folklore. Found it exactly where old Calloway's book described Third Ridge past Crow's Peak, arranged exactly as drawn in his sketches from 1932. How has no one else documented this? Will photograph extensively tomorrow on return trip. Sarah frowned, rereading the passage. She knew the local folklore well, stories of strange occurrences in the deeper parts of the forest, tales told around campfires to frighten children. But she had never heard of any stone circle, nor of anyone named Calloway documenting such a thing. The next morning found her in the county archives, paging through dusty local history books. It took hours of searching before she found a slim volume titled Blackridge, Untold Histories by Edward Calloway, published in 1932. Most of the book contained standard local history, but a chapter near the end, titled Forest Anomalies, described a circular arrangement of stones deep in the woods, allegedly used by indigenous peoples for ceremonial purposes. Calloway wrote of visiting the site several times, always feeling observed by unseen presences. His final visit had left him so disturbed that he refused to return, writing only that what walks among those stones belongs neither to this world nor to human understanding. The book included crude sketches that matched the formation Sarah had noticed in Hayes' photograph. When she brought her findings to the sheriff, he listened patiently before shaking his head. "Sarah, we've already ruled this as an accidental death. Hayes got lost, fell into the ravine, and local wildlife did the rest. It's tragic, but not suspicious." "Then explain the figure in the photograph," Sarah countered, "and why his camera was found so far from his remains." The sheriff sighed, a smudge on the lens, a trick of light and shadow. "As for the camera, animals could have carried it. We see that in cases like this." Sarah knew better than to push further. Instead, she requested 2 days of personal leave, which the sheriff granted with visible relief. The morning dawned clear and cold as Sarah began her hike into Blackridge Forest. She had Hayes' photographs, coordinates from his GPS data, and Calloway's book in her backpack. By mid-afternoon, she had reached the area where Hayes had photographed the unusual rock formation. It took another hour of searching before she found it, a perfect circle of standing stones, each about waist high, partially hidden by undergrowth. The formation didn't appear on any official Forest Service maps. As Sarah approached the circle, a sudden stillness fell over the forest. The birds stopped singing. The constant whisper of pine needles in the breeze ceased, though she could still feel air moving against her face. She took photographs, measurements, notes, maintaining the professional detachment that had served her throughout her career. Yet as the afternoon light began to fade, that detachment became increasingly difficult to maintain. More than once she turned sharply, certain she had glimpsed movement at the edge of her vision. Each time she saw nothing but trees and shadows. Sarah was not one to frighten easily, but as dusk approached, she made the decision to leave. She had what she needed, evidence that both Hayes and Calloway had discovered something real, something that might explain Hayes' deviation from his planned route. As she packed her equipment, her hand brushed against Hayes' camera in her backpack. On an impulse, she took it out. The lens had been repaired, though a small crack remained in one corner. She turned it on, surprised to find the battery still had charge. Sarah hesitated only briefly before positioning herself with the stone circle in the background and taking a selfie. The flash illuminated the clearing momentarily. When she checked the image, her blood ran cold. There in the background, standing between two of the ancient stones, was a figure, tall, indistinct, but undeniably present, exactly as it had appeared in Hayes' final photograph. Story 4, she was checking out at a grocery store when the cashier's eyes widened. "Weren't you just here?" Confused, she shook her head. "No, I just got here." The cashier pointed toward the security cameras. On the screen, she saw herself, shopping, paying, walking out 10 minutes before she arrived. The security footage played with a soft hum in the background of the small office at the back of Evergreen Grocery. Detective Marion Reeves leaned forward in her chair, the metal cool against her palms as she braced herself against the desk. The footage showed a woman with shoulder-length dark hair selecting items from the produce section, methodically placing apples and a bunch of kale into her cart. The woman's movements were unhurried, deliberate, as if she had all the time in the world. "This is the first appearance," said the store manager, his voice barely above a whisper. The office smelled of coffee and paper, the fluorescent lights casting a sickly glow on the 3 people watching the screen. The woman on camera proceeded to the checkout, handed over cash, and left the store at precisely 2:17 p.m. The timestamp in the corner of the screen pulsed steadily, marking the passage of time. "And here," the manager continued, fast-forwarding the footage, "is when she returns." At 2:27 p.m., the same woman, or what appeared to be the same woman, entered the store again. Same coat, same purse, same deliberate gait. She selected different items this time: a carton of milk, a loaf of bread, a magazine. When she reached the checkout, the cashier's confusion was evident even in the grainy footage. Detective Reeves pressed a button and the footage paused. "And you're certain this is the same day, same time?" Her voice was measured, steady. "Yes," the manager nodded, "no question." The detective's pen made a soft scratching sound against her notepad. And the customer, Emma Blackwood, she was just as surprised as the cashier. "More so," the manager replied. She went pale when she saw herself on the screen, asked to see the footage right away. Reeves nodded, her eyes never leaving the frozen image on the monitor. "And where is Ms. Blackwood now?" "She left her contact information." The manager slid a piece of paper across the desk. "Said she needed to go home and lie down." The detective's fingers were cool as they closed around the paper, folding it carefully before tucking it into her pocket. "I'll need copies of this footage," she said, rising from her chair. The legs scraped softly against the linoleum floor, the sound echoing in the small space. Emma Blackwood's house sat on the edge of a quiet cul-de-sac, the kind of place where neighbors knew each other's routines. Detective Reeves pulled up to the curb, her car's engine ticking softly as it cooled. The afternoon sun cast long shadows across the neatly trimmed lawn. She approached the front door, the concrete path solid beneath her feet, and rang the bell. The woman who answered matched the one in the footage. Dark hair, green eyes, a slight frame. But there was something else now, a wariness that hadn't been visible in the store cameras. "Ms. Blackwood, I'm Detective Marion Reeves. I'd like to talk to you about what happened at the grocery store today." Emma's hand tightened on the door frame. I don't understand what's happening, she said, her voice barely audible. That was me in the store, but I wasn't there. I couldn't have been. The detective's expression remained neutral. May I come in? Inside, the house was immaculate, almost unnaturally so. There were no stray magazines on the coffee table, no mail waiting to be sorted. Everything had its place. Emma led Reeves to the kitchen, where a cup of tea sat untouched on the counter, a thin film forming on its surface. I made this when I got home, Emma said, gesturing to the cup, but I haven't been able to drink it. My hands won't stop shaking. Reeves sat at the kitchen table, her notebook open before her. Tell me about your day, Miss Blackwood, from the beginning. Emma's story was straightforward. She had gone to work at the library where she was employed as a research assistant, left at noon for lunch, returned to finish cataloging a new collection, left at 2:00 p.m. to run errands, with the grocery store being her first stop. I arrived at Evergreen around 2:25, she said. I've never been there before 2:25. I couldn't have been there at 2:17. Is there anyone who can confirm your whereabouts at 2:17? Emma hesitated. I was driving alone. Reeves nodded, making a note. No witnesses then. But the security footage at the library, Emma said suddenly. It would show me leaving at 2:00, not earlier. The detective looked up. We'll check that. What about yesterday? Anything unusual happen? Emma's eyes drifted to the window where the afternoon light was beginning to fade. No, nothing. But there was something in her voice, a slight tremor, a hesitation that made Reeves press further. Are you sure? Even something small might be important. Emma's fingers twisted in her lap. I've been having dreams, vivid ones, where I'm doing things I don't remember doing when I wake up. What kind of things? Ordinary things, shopping, driving to places I've never been, talking to people I don't know. She looked directly at the detective, but they're just dreams. Reeves closed her notebook. I'd like to review the library footage, if that's all right, and I may need to speak with you again. As she rose to leave, her gaze fell on a framed photograph on the wall. It showed Emma standing in front of a cabin, a dense forest behind her. But there was something off about the image, a slight blurring around the edges of Emma's figure, as if she had moved during the exposure. That's a nice photo, Reeves commented. Where was it taken? My family's cabin, Emma replied, near Pine Creek. When was the last time you were there? Emma's expression grew distant. Not since my parents died 5 years ago. Reeves nodded. Thank you for your time, Miss Blackwood. The library's security footage confirmed Emma's story. She had left at precisely 2:00 p.m., making it impossible for her to have been at the grocery store at 2:17. The detective sat in her dimly lit office, the only sound the soft whir of her computer and the occasional car passing outside. She pulled up the grocery store footage again, studying the woman who looked exactly like Emma Blackwood. Same height, same build, same hair. The way she moved, the items she selected, it all seemed authentic. But there was something in the eyes, a flatness, a lack of the wariness that Reeves had seen in Emma's eyes at her home. A twin, suggested Detective Alvarez, who had stopped by her desk with coffee, or just someone who looks very similar. Reeves shook her head. Emma is an only child, and this is more than a resemblance, it's exact. Identity theft, then, someone disguising themselves as her. Possibly, but why? Nothing was stolen, no accounts were accessed. Alvarez shrugged. Maybe it's just the first step in a bigger plan. Reeves sipped her coffee, the bitter liquid warming her throat. Maybe. She turned back to her computer, pulling up information on Emma Blackwood, 32 years old, parents deceased in a car accident 5 years ago. No criminal record, no financial problems, nothing that would make her a target. Unless. The detective's fingers moved quickly over the keyboard, searching for information on the accident that had killed Emma's parents. The details were sparse. A single-car crash on a rural road near Pine Creek. The car had gone off the road and into a ravine. No witnesses. The bodies had been found by a hiker the next day. Reeves leaned back in her chair, her mind working. Pine Creek, the cabin in the photograph, the dreams Emma had mentioned. She reached for her phone. The cabin was exactly as it appeared in the photograph, a small, well-maintained structure surrounded by towering pines. The air was cool and damp, carrying the scent of moss and earth. Detective Reeves approached slowly, her feet crunching on the gravel path. The door was unlocked. Inside, the cabin was clean but clearly unused. A thin layer of dust covered the furniture, and the air felt stale. Reeves moved through the space carefully, her trained eyes taking in every detail. In the master bedroom, she found a closet filled with women's clothes, all in Emma's size. Some still had tags attached. In the bathroom, a toothbrush stood in a holder, the bristles slightly damp. On the kitchen counter sat a grocery bag from Evergreen Grocery. Inside were apples, kale, and a receipt time-stamped to 17 p.m. Reeves felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. She drew her gun, moving silently through the cabin, checking each room, all empty. On the dining table, she found a journal. The handwriting matched the sample she had obtained from Emma's work at the library. The entries were dated, the most recent from that morning. I can't control it anymore. The separations are lasting longer. Soon, I won't be able to bring myself back together. The detective heard a sound from outside, a car pulling up. She moved to the window, watching as a figure emerged from the vehicle. Emma Blackwood, or the woman who looked exactly like her. The woman moved differently than the Emma Reeves had interviewed. There was a confidence in her stride, a purpose that seemed at odds with the frightened woman in the neat suburban house. Reeves stepped away from the window, positioning herself near the door. She heard keys jingling, then the sound of the door opening. "Ms. Blackwood," she said, her voice calm, "I think we need to talk." The woman didn't seem surprised. "You found me," she said, her voice identical to Emma's but somehow different, harder. "I knew someone would eventually." "Who are you?" Reeves asked, her gun still drawn but pointed at the floor. The woman smiled, a cold expression that never reached her eyes. "I'm Emma Blackwood, the real Emma Blackwood. The woman I spoke to in town." "Is also Emma Blackwood," the woman interrupted. "We're the same person, detective, or we were." "I don't understand." The woman Emma moved to the table, running her fingers over the journal. "It started after my parents died. The dreams at first, then blackouts, then separation." "Well, separation." "I would be in two places at once, not mentally, physically. She looked up, her eyes cold. "I've been coming here to the cabin during the separations, but lately I've been able to stay separated longer. I've been living two lives." Reeves kept her expression neutral, but her mind raced. Dissociative identity disorder, some kind of delusion, or something else entirely. "The accident," Emma continued, "the one that killed my parents, it wasn't an accident." The detective felt a chill run down her spine. "What do you mean?" "I was driving," Emma said, her voice flat. "I was angry. We were arguing. I wasn't paying attention." She looked directly at Reeves. "But afterward, I couldn't live with what I'd done, so I split. The Emma you met, she doesn't remember. She doesn't know what happened." "And you do?" Emma nodded. "I carry the guilt, the knowledge. I'm the part of her that remembers." Reeves took a step forward. "That's not possible. People don't physically split into two separate entities." "And yet," Emma gestured to herself, "here I am." "If what you're saying is true," Reeves said slowly, "what happened at the grocery store today?" Emma's expression darkened. "A mistake. I wasn't careful enough. I don't usually go to places where she might go." "Why no?" "Because," Emma said, her voice barely above a whisper, "I'm tired of carrying this burden alone." Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling the pine needles. The light was fading, casting long shadows across the cabin floor. "You need to come with me," Reeves said finally. "We need to figure this out." Emma smiled, a sad expression that finally reached her eyes. "It's too late for that, detective." And as Reeves watched, Emma Blackwood began to fade, her edges blurring, her form becoming translucent. Within moments she was gone, leaving only the faintest outline in the air where she had stood. The detective stood alone in the cabin, the gun heavy in her hand, her mind struggling to process what she had witnessed. On the table, the journal lay open, the pages blank except for a single line. "Some guilt is too heavy for one person to bear." Outside, the wind continued to whisper through the pines, carrying secrets that would never be fully understood. Story 5, the landlord had said it was a 3-bedroom rental, but as she unpacked, she noticed something strange, a door at the end of the hallway that wasn't in the listing photos. When she opened it, she found another bedroom, then another, and another, each one identical as if someone had copied the same room over and over again. Emma Whittaker stood frozen in the doorway of the 4th identical bedroom, her fingers still wrapped around the cool brass doorknob. The afternoon light filtered through identical windows in each room, casting long shadows across identical hardwood floors. Each room contained the same queen-sized bed with the same navy blue comforter, the same oak dresser positioned against the left wall, and the same framed landscape painting hanging above it. Even the slight scuff mark on the right corner of each dresser was identical, as though someone had meticulously recreated the same space multiple times. Emma backed away slowly, her heart beating a steady rhythm against her ribs. Not fast, not panicked, just a persistent thrum of unease. She had signed the lease for this Victorian house on Maple Street just 2 weeks prior. The listing had clearly stated 3 bedrooms, which was perfect for herself and her 2 roommates who would be arriving the following week. The landlord, Mr. Kavanaugh, had been polite but distant during their brief interactions, mentioning that the house had been in his family for generations. The sound of her footsteps echoed differently now as she retreated down the hallway, as if the house itself had somehow expanded. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through the saved listing photos. The The hallway in the images ended with a small window overlooking the backyard. There was no continuing corridor, no additional doorway, no series of identical rooms. Detective Marcus Reed sipped his coffee from a chipped NYPD mug as he reviewed the case file. 3 months had passed since Emma Whitaker had filed her unusual report. What had begun as a strange housing discrepancy had evolved into something far more disturbing. His desk lamp cast a warm pool of light across the scattered photographs and interview transcripts. Outside his office window, rain tapped a gentle, syncopated rhythm against the glass. Reed traced his finger along the timeline he'd constructed. Emma had called the landlord the day she discovered the extra rooms. Mr. Kavanaugh had sounded confused, insisting the house had only 3 bedrooms as advertised. He promised to come by the next morning to see what she was talking about, but Mr. Kavanaugh never arrived. His car was found parked outside his office, keys still in the ignition, his cell phone on the passenger seat. No signs of struggle, no evidence of foul play. He had simply vanished. When Emma's roommates arrived 5 days later, they found the house locked and empty. Emma's possessions remained unpacked in the living room, her suitcase half empty, clothes neatly folded on the couch. But Emma herself was nowhere to be found. And curiously, when the police conducted their initial search of the premises, they found exactly 3 bedrooms, just as the listing had described. The detective spread out the photographs taken during that first search. 3 bedrooms, each with different furniture, different window placements, different floor plans. Nothing like the identical rooms Emma had described in her increasingly concerned text messages to her roommates leading up to her disappearance. Reed picked up the thin file containing the property records for the house on Maple Street. The structure had been built in 1897 by architect Theodore Kavanaugh. The detective's eyes lingered on an unusual note in the building permit: design modifications implemented during construction. Final floor plan differs from original submission. The house had remained in the Kavanaugh family ever since, passing from generation to generation. The current landlord, Thomas Kavanaugh, was the great-grandson of the architect. The detective's attention turned to a small evidence bag containing the only unusual item found during the search of the house: a brass key with an intricate design, discovered tucked between the pages of a book on optical illusions in what appeared to be Emma's personal belongings. The crime lab had determined it was much older than the modern locks in the house. A soft knock on his office door pulled Reed from his thoughts. Officer Zhang entered, carrying a thick folder. "You're going to want to see this, detective," she said, her voice low and measured. "We found something in the archives." She spread out a collection of yellowed newspaper clippings on the desk. The headlines spanned decades. Local woman vanishes from Maple Street home, 1932. College student missing, last seen entering rental property, 1957. Young professional disappears without a trace, 1983. All centered around the same address, all involving young women who had recently moved in. All describing the same peculiar detail. The women had mentioned finding rooms that shouldn't exist. Reed felt a chill settle at the base of his spine as Officer Zhang placed one final document before him. A page from Theodore Kavanaugh's personal journal, obtained from the Historical Society archives. "I have found a way to expand space without expanding structure," the architect had written in a tight, meticulous script. "The mathematics are perfect. Each iteration creates another fold in reality, but it requires a catalyst to maintain stability. A living catalyst. Margaret has volunteered for the first trial. My beloved wife understands the importance of this work. With her essence anchoring the first fold, I can create infinite space within finite boundaries. Others will follow, each one maintaining another fold. The house will grow within while remaining unchanged without. My masterpiece will never be understood, but it will stand forever. 6 months after Emma's disappearance, Detective Reed stood alone in the empty hallway of the house on Maple Street. The property had been seized as part of the investigation, but no charges had been filed. No bodies had been found. No evidence of any crime that could be presented in court. Just a series of disappearances spanning more than a century, connected by a house that defied logical explanation. The detective placed his hand against the wall at the end of the corridor where Emma had described finding the first additional door. The plaster felt cool beneath his palm, solid, unyielding. The floor plan showed this was an exterior wall. There could be nothing beyond it but air and the narrow strip of yard separating this house from the next. Yet as he pressed his ear against the wall, Reed could have sworn he heard something, not from outside, but from within the wall itself. A soft, rhythmic sound, like footsteps moving slowly across a hardwood floor, moving in circles over and over again, in a room that could not possibly exist. The case of the house on Maple Street remained officially unsolved. The property was eventually demolished after changing hands several times, each new owner reporting strange sensations and deciding to sell shortly after moving in. A small park now occupies the lot, but locals avoid it, especially as evening approaches. They speak of strange sounds coming from beneath the ground, footsteps, multiple sets walking in perfect unison. As if someone or several someones were pacing identical circles in identical rooms, searching endlessly for a way out. Detective Reed retired early, citing personal reasons. His colleagues noted his increasing preoccupation with architectural impossibilities and non-Euclidean geometry. His final case note, scribbled in the margin of Emma Whittaker's file, reads simply, "The rooms are still there. They're always there. They're just folded away where we can't see them. But she can. They all can." Story 6. He had waved at the man across the street every morning for months, a friendly old neighbor watering his plants. One day, curious, he asked his landlord about him. The landlord frowned. "That house has been abandoned for years." The morning fog clung to the window panes of 43 Willow Lane, diffusing the pale autumn light that struggled to illuminate the cramped living room of Daniel Mercer's rental home. Outside, the neighborhood was coming to life with the familiar sounds of car doors closing, children's distant laughter, and the gentle hiss of lawn sprinklers. Daniel, a writer who had moved to the quiet suburban neighborhood just 6 months ago, cradled his coffee mug between his palms, savoring the warmth as he gazed across the street. There he was again, the elderly man in the faded blue cardigan, meticulously tending to the row of potted plants that lined his porch. Every morning, without fail, the old man would emerge at precisely 7:15 a.m., watering can in hand, moving with the deliberate pace of someone who had all the time in the world. And every morning, Daniel would raise his hand in greeting, receiving a gentle nod in return, a wordless ritual that had become a comforting constant in his new life. The man never spoke, never ventured beyond his porch, and never had visitors. Yet there was something soothing about his presence, a quiet dignity in his solitary routine that resonated with Daniel, who had moved to this town seeking the very peace that the old man seemed to embody. Detective Sarah Reeves shifted in her seat, the leather of the interview room chair creaking softly as she adjusted her notepad. Across from her, Daniel Mercer looked exhausted, his fingers trembling slightly, as he recounted the events that had led him to the police station on that cool October morning. "I never thought to question it," Daniel explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "He was just there every day, until yesterday when I mentioned him to my landlord." The detective's pen moved across the page with practiced precision, capturing every detail of Daniel's account. The room smelled of coffee and floor polish, the fluorescent lights casting a sterile glow that seemed to drain the color from Daniel's already pale face. "And what exactly did your landlord say?" she asked, her tone neutral, neither believing nor dismissing. Daniel swallowed hard. He said that House 1852 Oakwood Drive has been abandoned for almost 7 years, that no one has lived there since the Reynolds family moved out after their daughter's disappearance. Sarah's pen paused mid-stroke. The Reynolds case, a cold case that had haunted the department for years. 17-year-old Eliza Reynolds had vanished without a trace in 2017, leaving behind a bedroom full of college applications and a family destroyed by grief. The investigation had gone nowhere, and the Reynolds had eventually moved away, unable to bear the constant reminder of their loss. "Mr. Mercer," Sarah began carefully, "are you absolutely certain about what you saw?" Daniel nodded, his eyes fixed on some distant point. "I saw him every morning for months. He wore the same blue cardigan. He had white hair, thin on top. He watered those plants like they were the most precious things in the world." Sarah made a note, the scratching of her pen against paper, the only sound in the room for several long moments. Then she looked up, her expression unreadable. "And you never spoke to this man, never crossed the street to introduce yourself?" "No," Daniel admitted, a flush of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. "I meant to so many times, but there was something private about him. I didn't want to intrude." The investigation began quietly, with little expectation of discovery. Detective Reeves and her partner, Detective Mark Holloway, visited the abandoned house the following morning. The property stood silent and neglected, autumn leaves piled against the front steps, windows filmed with grime. No potted plants lined the porch. No signs of habitation disturbed the thick layer of dust that coated every surface visible through the windows. "Your witness is either lying or delusional," Holloway remarked, squinting at the house in the morning light. "There's no one here, Sarah. Hasn't been for years." But Sarah wasn't convinced. Something about Daniel Mercer's testimony rang true, the consistent details, the genuine confusion in his eyes. She requested access to the property, and by that afternoon they were stepping carefully through the abandoned home, flashlights cutting through the gloom. The house was a time capsule of sorrow. Family photos still hung on walls, furniture sat draped in sheets, kitchen cabinets contained dishes neatly stacked but coated in years of dust. Nothing had been touched since the Reynolds family had locked the door behind them, too heartbroken to sort through the memories. "There's nothing here," Holloway said, his voice echoing in the empty living room. "No sign of anyone living here or visiting." But as Sarah's flashlight beam swept across the floor, something caught her eye, a faint trail through the dust, barely perceptible, leading from the front door to the staircase. Someone had walked here recently and carefully, trying not to disturb the dust. "Mark," she called softly, "look at this." They followed the trail up the stairs, down the hallway, to a closed door, Eliza Reynolds' bedroom. Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature as she turned the handle. The room was exactly as the case files had described it, posters of bands long since broken up, college pennants, a desk piled with textbooks and application forms. But unlike the rest of the house, this room showed signs of disturbance. The bed was slightly rumpled. A photo frame on the nightstand had been moved, leaving a clean rectangle in the dust. And there, on a chair by the window that overlooked the street, a faded blue cardigan. "Call forensics," Sarah said, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart, "and get me everything we have on Eliza Reynolds' father." The weeks that followed unfolded like a dream, slow and surreal. The forensic team found fingerprints matching Thomas Reynolds, Eliza's father, throughout the bedroom. Security footage from nearby houses revealed a figure slipping into the abandoned property early each morning, then leaving after dark. Daniel Mercer's testimony provided the missing piece. Thomas Reynolds had been returning to his former home, enacting a ritual of normalcy in a life that had been shattered by tragedy. He couldn't let go, Sarah explained to Daniel during their final interview. After moving away, he kept coming back, living in his car, sneaking into the house at night to sleep in his daughter's room, leaving during the day to maintain the appearance of normalcy. The plants were his way of keeping up the pretense of ordinary life. Daniel sat very still, taking in this information. But why did no one else see him? Why only me? Sarah closed her notebook gently. "Sometimes we see what others miss. You were observant in a way your neighbors weren't, and perhaps in some way he wanted to be seen, acknowledged as still belonging to that house, that life." Thomas Reynolds was eventually found living in a small apartment 2 towns over. When confronted with the evidence, he broke down, confessing to his secret visits but insisting he knew nothing about his daughter's disappearance. The investigation into Eliza's case was reopened, but Thomas was not charged with any crime related to her disappearance. Instead, he was referred for psychological evaluation and treatment. The house at 1852 Oakwood Drive was finally sold, its contents packed away, its ghosts laid to rest. Daniel Mercer continued his morning ritual of coffee by the window, but now he looked out at new neighbors, a young family with children who played in the yard where Thomas Reynolds had once tended imaginary plants. Sometimes in the early morning light, Daniel thought he could still see a figure on that porch across the street, a suggestion of movement, a shadow that resembled an old man in a cardigan. But it was just a trick of the light, a memory lingering like fog on glass. Or at least that's what he told himself. Until the day he found a small potted plant on his own porch, freshly watered, with no note and no explanation. And beside it, a faded photograph of a smiling teenage girl he recognized from the news reports about Eliza Reynolds. On the back, written in shaky handwriting, "She saw you too." Detective Sarah Reeves would later add this final detail to the case file, which would remain open, a quiet reminder that some mysteries refuse to be solved, and some neighbors never truly leave. Story 7. The photo album lay open on Catherine Warren's dining room table, its worn leather cover catching the amber glow of her reading lamp. Outside, rain tapped gently against the windows of her Portland home, a soft, persistent rhythm that had continued for 3 days now. Steam rose from her cup of chamomile tea, curling into the air like a question mark as her fingers hesitated over the pages. The Warren family reunion photos had been gathering dust in her attic for years. But now, preparing for her mother's memorial service, Catherine found herself lost in these fragments of captured time. Photos from 1978, 1983, 1992, 2001 gatherings at the old lake house that had belonged to her grandparents. The images were faded, some with that distinctive yellow tint that comes with age, others still vibrant despite the decades. It was nearly midnight when she noticed it, the oddity, so subtle that anyone else might have missed it entirely. In a photo from the 1983 reunion, Catherine spotted a figure standing at the edge of the frame. A man in dark clothing, partially obscured by a tree, watching the family picnic from a distance. His features were indistinct, but something about his posture, straight-backed, attentive, seemed deliberately placed rather than accidental. She might have dismissed it as a stranger wandering through the public park where they'd gathered that year, but then she turned to the next page. The 1992 reunion, the same park, and there he was again, same position, same stance, standing half-hidden behind the same tree. Catherine's breathing slowed as she meticulously began checking every family photo. The man appeared in pictures from 1978, from 1983, from 1992, from 2001, from 2006, from 2015, always at the periphery, always watching, always the same. What disturbed her most was the realization that in 37 years of photos, he hadn't aged, not once. Detective Marcus Reed had been with the Portland Police Bureau's Cold Case Unit for 11 years. His office was small but orderly files arranged by year, then alphabetically. The walls were sparse save for his credentials and a single photograph of his daughter at her college graduation. A desk lamp cast pools of light onto the stack of folders he was reviewing when Catherine Warren first walked in with her photo album. "I know how this sounds," she began, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "But someone has been watching my family for decades." Reed had heard many improbable theories in his career. Most stemmed from grief or loneliness or sometimes pure paranoia. But there was something different about Catherine Warren, a clarity in her eyes, a precision to her words that suggested she wasn't imagining things. He leaned back in his chair, the leather creaking softly beneath his weight. "Show me," he said simply. For the next hour, they laid out the photos chronologically across his desk. Reed used a magnifying glass, studying each appearance of the stranger with methodical patience. The figure was consistently male, approximately 6 feet tall, slender build, always positioned at the edge of group gatherings, always alone, always watching. Most remarkably, he never seemed to age. The same man, if it was indeed the same man, looked identical in photos spanning nearly 4 decades. "Has anyone in your family ever mentioned this person?" Reed asked, his voice low and even. Catherine shook her head. "Never. I asked my Aunt Julia yesterday. She's the only one left from my parents' generation. She doesn't remember seeing anyone like this." Reed rubbed his thumb across his lower lip, a habit when he was thinking deeply. "Yet he appears in every major family gathering. That suggests." "That he knew when and where we would be," Catherine finished his thought. "Exactly." The Warren family history revealed nothing unusual at first glance. Upper middle class, 3 generations in Oregon. Catherine's grandfather had been a respected judge in Multnomah County until his retirement in 1981. Her father ran a successful insurance agency. Her mother had taught literature at Portland Community College. But as Detective Reed dug deeper, assisted by Officer Layla Diaz, a pattern began to emerge, a pattern of quiet tragedies and unexplained occurrences. In 1964, Catherine's uncle Patrick had drowned during a fishing trip, ruled an accident. In 1979, her cousin Michael had vanished for 3 days before being found wandering in Forest Park, unable to remember where he'd been. Case filed as a temporary fugue state. In 1997, Catherine's mother had reported a break-in while the family was away at dinner. Nothing stolen, but items moved, case unsolved. Reed and Diaz worked methodically, their movements unhurried yet purposeful. They spent hours in the archives, the soft rustle of paper and the gentle hum of the fluorescent lights the only sounds accompanying their investigation. The connection between these events wasn't obvious, but something linked them together like invisible thread. The breakthrough came when Diaz discovered a case file from 1962, a lawsuit presided over by Catherine's grandfather. A man named Edward Mercer had been sentenced to 15 years for fraud. His financial empire had collapsed and he'd lost everything. At his sentencing, court transcripts recorded his last words before being led away. "You took my life from me, so I'll spend the rest of mine watching yours fall apart." Mercer had been released in 1977, just months before the first documented appearance of the stranger in the Warren family photos. The address they had for Edward Mercer led to a modest gray house in southeast Portland. The paint was peeling, the garden overgrown with weeds. According to records, Mercer would be 92 now if he was still alive. A light rain fell as Reed and Diaz approached the front door. The air smelled of wet concrete and neglect. Reed knocked 3 times, the sound hollow and final. No answer. With a warrant in hand, they entered cautiously. The interior was surprisingly clean and orderly, though sparsely furnished. No photographs adorned the walls. No personal touches suggested a life well lived. Instead, they found something far more disturbing. In what should have been a dining room, they discovered thousands of surveillance photos. Images of the Warren family spanning decades arranged chronologically, labeled meticulously. Catherine at school, her father at work, her mother shopping, birthdays, graduations, funerals. Moments both significant and mundane, all captured by an unseen observer. And there, on a desk in the corner, sat a camera with a powerful telephoto lens and a neatly written journal. The last entry dated just 3 days earlier. "My work is nearly complete. She has found me now. The circle closes." But Edward Mercer was nowhere to be found. As days stretched into weeks, the investigation yielded more questions than answers. Mercer's bank accounts showed regular activity until the day Catherine had discovered his presence in the family photos, then nothing. His phone records revealed no calls in over a month. His car remained in the garage. It was as though he had simply dissolved. The surveillance photos provided a chilling narrative of obsession. Mercer had dedicated his life after prison to documenting every moment of the family whose patriarch had sentenced him, not interfering, just watching, always watching. "This isn't just revenge," Reed observed quietly as he and Catherine reviewed the evidence in his office one rainy afternoon. "This is something else entirely." Catherine lifted her eyes from a photo of herself as a child, playing in her backyard, while a shadow now recognizable as Mercer lurked behind a fence. What could he possibly want after all these years? Reed didn't answer immediately. The clock on his wall ticked softly in the silence. "Some people don't want anything," he finally said. "Some people just want to be part of a story, any story, even if they're the villain." 6 months passed. Edward Mercer's disappearance remained unsolved. Catherine had installed new security systems, changed her routines, even considered moving. But something kept her in Portland, a need for resolution perhaps, or simply the stubborn refusal to be driven away. The Warren family reunion that summer was smaller than usual. Many relatives had been unsettled by the revelation of their decades-long observer, but those who gathered did so with a new awareness, their eyes occasionally drifting to the tree line, searching for a figure they'd never noticed before. Catherine brought her camera, an old Nikon similar to the one they'd found in Mercer's home. Throughout the day, she documented her family, their laughter, their conversations, their simple existence continuing despite everything. It was only later, reviewing the photos at home, that she saw it. In the background of one image, barely visible among the trees, not Mercer this time, but someone else, a younger man, similar build, similar stance. Standing, watching. The cycle continuing. In her dining room, Catherine closed the photo album with trembling hands. Outside, the rain had finally stopped. The sudden silence felt heavier than the sound had been. She walked to her window and looked out at the darkened street, wondering how many eyes might be looking back. Behind her, the photo sat on her table, evidence of a haunting that had passed from one generation to the next, a reminder that some stories never truly end, they merely find new narrators. And somewhere in Portland, a stranger watched and waited, patient, dedicated, immortal in the persistence of his gaze. Story 8. The autumn air hung heavy with moisture as Daniel Foster made his way through the rolling hills of Oakwood Cemetery. His shoes pressed against the damp grass, leaving temporary impressions that slowly disappeared behind him. This was his annual pilgrimage, a tradition spanning 23 years, from when he was just a boy of 7 holding his mother's hand to now, a 30-year-old man walking alone among the markers of the dead. The cemetery was quiet on this Tuesday morning. A groundskeeper in the distance guided a riding mower between plots, the hum of its engine muted by the fog that clung to the landscape. Daniel carried a small bundle of white carnations, his grandfather's favorite, their stems wrapped in brown paper that had darkened where his palm had perspired against it. He knew the path by heart, left at the Angel Monument, straight past the old oak with the split trunk, then 3 rows up toward the eastern edge where the morning sun would eventually break through. His grandfather's plot sat beneath a modest maple tree that turned brilliant orange each fall, as if commemorating the vibrant life Franklin Foster had led. But as Daniel approached the familiar spot, something felt different. The maple tree stood as it always had. The neighboring headstones were unchanged. Yet when his eyes fell upon his grandfather's marker, a cold sensation traveled from the base of his spine upward, settling as a tight knot between his shoulder blades. The stone was the same shape, a simple rectangle of polished granite. The dates matched, 1930 to 2001. The inscription at the bottom still read, "Beloved husband, father, and teacher." But where the name Franklin Joseph Foster should have been etched in deliberate serifs, different letters formed an unfamiliar name, Leonard James Finch. Daniel blinked slowly, convinced his eyes were playing tricks. He set the carnations down and crouched before the stone, his fingers tracing the engraved letters. The stone felt cool and real under his touch. This was no hallucination. He pulled out his phone and scrolled through his photo gallery, finding last year's picture of the grave. There, clearly visible on his screen, was his grandfather's name, Franklin Joseph Foster. He looked back at the stone before him, the name Leonard James Finch staring back with unyielding permanence. The groundskeeper had cut the engine of his mower and was now working with hand clippers on a nearby plot. Daniel walked over, his legs feeling strangely disconnected from his body. "Excuse me," he said, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. "There seems to be something wrong with my grandfather's headstone." The older man straightened up, rubbing his lower back. His name tag read Howard. Deep lines framed his eyes, testament to years spent working outdoors. "What seems to be the problem?" Howard asked, tucking the clippers into a leather holster on his belt. Daniel led him to the grave, pointing at the name. "This is my grandfather's plot, Franklin Joseph Foster, but the name, it's been changed." Howard squinted at the stone, then looked at Daniel with a mixture of confusion and concern. "Son, I've been working here for 35 years. That's always been Leonard Finch's grave." "That's impossible," Daniel said, showing Howard the photo on his phone. "Look, this is from last year." Howard studied the photo, his weathered face betraying no recognition. "I'm not sure what to tell you. Records don't lie, and neither does stone. Leonard Finch has been buried here since 2001. Daniel insisted on seeing the cemetery records. Howard, with obvious reluctance, led him to the small administrative building near the entrance, a brick structure with windows fogged by age and humidity. Inside, a woman named Margaret, with glasses hanging from a chain around her neck, pulled out a large ledger. Her finger traced down a column of names, stopping midway down a page. "Here we are, plot E247, Leonard James Finch, interred September 12, 2001. She turned the book around for Daniel to see. "Is this the plot you're referring to?" Daniel stared at the neat handwriting. The location matched, but everything else was wrong. "My grandfather, Franklin Foster, died on September 12, 2001. He's buried in that plot. I've been visiting him for over 20 years. Margaret and Howard exchanged a glance that made Daniel's stomach tighten. "Would you like me to look up where your grandfather is actually buried?" Margaret offered, her voice gentle as if speaking to a confused child. "Yes, please," Daniel said, a sense of unreality settling over him like the fog outside. Margaret typed into an ancient computer, the keyboard clicking loudly in the quiet office. After a moment, she looked up. "I'm sorry, but we have no record of a Franklin Joseph Foster being buried in Oakwood Cemetery." Daniel felt the room tilt slightly. "That's not possible. I was at his funeral right here. I've visited every year since." "Perhaps it was a different cemetery," Howard suggested. But Daniel knew it wasn't. He remembered the maple tree, how his grandmother had chosen the spot because Franklin had proposed to her under a maple tree 50 years earlier. In the days that followed, Daniel searched through family albums, called distant relatives, and even visited his childhood home, now occupied by strangers. Everywhere he looked, evidence of his grandfather seemed to be fading. Photos that he remembered clearly showing his grandfather's face now featured an elderly man he didn't recognize. His mother's memory seemed hazy when he asked about specific details of his grandfather's life. He found his grandmother's obituary from 5 years ago. It mentioned her as the widow of Leonard Finch, not Franklin Foster. When he called his aunt in Arizona, she seemed concerned about his mental health. "Uncle Leonard, of course I remember him. You used to sit on his lap while he told those wild sailing stories." But Daniel had no memory of sailing stories. His grandfather, the man he remembered, had been afraid of water and had never set foot on a boat. 2 weeks after discovering the changed headstone, Daniel returned to Oakwood Cemetery with a different bouquet blue forget-me-nots this time. He sat on the damp grass beside the grave of Leonard James Finch and tried to reconcile his memories with this new reality. As dusk approached, a cemetery worker Daniel hadn't seen before came to tell him they were closing. The man was young, perhaps in his early 20s. "I need to ask you something," Daniel said, rising to his feet. "Have you ever heard of anything strange happening here? Names changing, records not matching up?" The young man glanced nervously toward the administrative building, then back at Daniel. "I shouldn't say anything." "Please," Daniel urged, "I need to understand what's happening." After a moment's hesitation, the worker spoke in a hushed tone. "There was another guy about a year ago, came looking for his sister's grave, said the name was wrong. Everyone told him he was mistaken." He looked around again. "Next day he came back with old photos, documents. Then the following week he just stopped coming. When I asked about him, nobody remembered him asking about any grave." A chill that had nothing to do with the evening air passed through Daniel. What did they say happened to him? "That's the thing," the young man said, his voice barely above a whisper now. "When I mentioned him by name, my supervisor looked at me like I was crazy, said there had never been a visitor matching that description." As Daniel walked back to his car, he passed a fresh grave being dug near the eastern fence. The digger, an older man with soil-stained hands, nodded at him. "Beautiful evening," he remarked. "Yes," Daniel replied absently. Then on impulse he asked, "How long have you worked here?" "All my life," the man said, leaning on his shovel. "Started helping my father when I was just a boy. He dug graves here for 40 years before me." "Have you ever heard of Franklin Foster?" The digger's expression changed subtly. He studied Daniel's face for a long moment before answering. "Can't say that I have," but something in his eyes suggested otherwise. As Daniel turned to leave, the digger called after him. "Young man, a word of advice. In a place where the dead rest, sometimes memories should too." His voice dropped lower. "Not everything that changes is meant to be challenged." Daniel drove home with the windows down, letting the cool evening air clear his head. In his pocket was a small piece of paper where he'd written everything he could remember about his grandfather, his habits, his sayings, the specific timbre of his laugh. He wasn't sure why, but he felt a pressing need to preserve these memories, as if they might dissolve like morning mist if he didn't commit them to paper. That night he dreamed of standing in Oakwood Cemetery. In the dream, he watched as an unseen hand chiseled away at headstones, changing names letter by letter. When he approached his grandfather's grave, the stone was blank, a smooth expanse of granite waiting for a name to be inscribed. The next morning, Daniel canceled his plans to investigate further. Something about the digger's warning had resonated with him, opening a door to possibilities he wasn't ready to explore. Some mysteries, he decided, were better left unsolved, especially those that called into question the very nature of memory and reality. He would return next year, as always, and whether the headstone read Franklin Foster or Leonard Finch, he would place his carnations and remember the man who had bounced him on his knee as a child, who had taught him how to tie his shoes, who had shown him that kindness was the highest virtue a person could aspire to. Because in the end, it wasn't the name on the stone that mattered, but the love that remained in his heart unchangeable, permanent, and true. Or so he told himself as he placed the handwritten memories in his desk drawer, wondering if next year, when he opened it again, the words might somehow have changed as well. Story 9. They found it in the attic, hidden beneath a tattered blanket, a porcelain doll, delicate and old, its painted blue eyes wide and unblinking. Neither of them had ever seen it before. They laughed it off, just another forgotten antique. But that night, as they settled into bed, something felt off. The air was heavier, the silence stretched, and in the morning the doll wasn't in the attic anymore. It was sitting at the foot of their bed. The young couple, Sarah and Michael, had purchased the Victorian house at auction, enchanted by its ornate woodwork and mysterious charm despite rumors about its troubled past. They were drawn to the history embedded in its walls, not knowing they would soon become part of it. Detective Rachel Winters received the call on a crisp autumn morning. The female victim had been found in the master bedroom, her body arranged in an unnatural pose, arms and legs bent at precise angles. Her eyes were open wide, a look of terror frozen on her face. The male victim was discovered in the hallway as if he had been trying to escape. The scene was immaculate, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of a struggle beyond the final moments. The positioning is deliberate, Detective Winters noted, speaking quietly into her recorder as crime scene photographers captured every detail. The female victim appears posed, like a doll removed from a display case. The investigation began with thorough interviews of neighbors. One elderly woman recalled seeing a shadow moving behind an upstairs window when the couple should have been at work. Another mentioned hearing what sounded like a child's laughter coming from the empty house during the night. Each account added another layer of unease to the growing case file. The forensic team uncovered microscopic fibers throughout the house, vintage cotton and silk, consistent with materials used in antique doll clothing, most concentrated around the victims' bodies and the attic space. More disturbing was what they didn't find. No fingerprints besides the victims, no DNA from any intruder, no footprints in the dust that shouldn't have been there. It's as if whoever did this was never physically present, the lead forensic analyst remarked. The investigation turned to the history of the property. Records revealed a pattern: 3 previous owners over 6 decades had died under mysterious circumstances. Each case remained unsolved, with files noting strange inconsistencies. One family reported finding antique toys in rooms they had just cleaned. Another documented hearing footsteps when no one else was home. Detective Winters discovered a newspaper clipping from decades earlier. A renowned doll maker had once lived in the house with his daughter. The child had died under suspicious circumstances, and the father was questioned but never charged. Before taking his own life, he had completed one final doll said to be a perfect replica of his daughter. The inventory list from when Sarah and Michael purchased the house mentioned no such doll. As Detective Winters dug deeper, she found a pattern connecting all victims. Each had made modifications to the house, specifically to the attic space. Sarah and Michael had begun renovations the week before their deaths, planning to convert the attic into a home office. The breakthrough came when examining old photographs found in a hidden compartment beneath the attic floorboards. Black and white images showed the dollmaker with his collection, but one doll stood out identical to the one described in initial police reports, the one found by Sarah and Michael. In the images, the doll appeared in different positions, sometimes seeming to move between photographs taken moments apart. Infrared scans of the walls revealed something chilling: tiny handprints, invisible to the naked eye, trailing from the attic to the master bedroom, along with a strange residue that analysis identified as porcelain dust mixed with organic material that couldn't be classified. The case took an unexpected turn when Detective Winters interviewed a distant relative of the doll maker. The woman shared family rumors about the doll maker using unorthodox materials and techniques, supposedly incorporating human elements into his most prized creations to give them life. She spoke of rituals performed to bind spirits to objects, knowledge the doll maker had acquired during travels abroad. The most perfect dolls, she whispered, were never meant to be just toys. The investigation stalled after that revelation. No suspects could be identified. No conventional explanation fit the evidence. The case remained active but grew cold. Detective Winters requested to keep the doll as evidence, securing it in a locked cabinet at the station. The morning after, officers found her office door ajar, the cabinet empty. The detective herself was discovered seated at her desk, unharmed but disoriented, with no memory of the night before. The security cameras showed nothing but static during the hours in question. The house was sold again at auction, its troubled history driving the price down despite its architectural value. The new owners found the attic empty, except for a tattered blanket folded neatly in the corner. The doll was never recovered, and the deaths of Sarah and Michael joined the list of unsolved cases that would occasionally be referenced in hushed tones around the detective department. Some claimed to have glimpsed it in evidence storage, though inventory checks never confirmed its presence. Detective Winters retired early, citing personal reasons. On her last day, she removed a single item from her personal files, a photograph of the doll maker with his collection. She sealed it in an envelope marked "Never Open" and locked it away. The new owners reported no disturbances, having decided to leave the attic untouched. But sometimes, on quiet nights, neighbors would report seeing a small shadow moving behind the attic window and hearing what sounded like the gentle laughter of a child. Story 10. The old apartment had its quirks: pipes that groaned, floorboards that creaked, but the new tenant knew what she heard wasn't normal. The footsteps were too steady, too deliberate. They came from above, slow and measured, but she lived on the top floor. One night she worked up the courage to knock on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound stopped, the silence stretched. Then a single knock came back from inside the ceiling. Sarah Coleman never reported the knocking incident to anyone. She convinced herself it was just the building settling, or perhaps some small animal that had found its way into the attic space. Even as the footsteps continued night after night, she adapted, turning up her television volume, wearing headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls that traced paths across her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris first heard about the apartment when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had removed a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to fix a water leak. Behind it, he discovered a narrow passage that shouldn't have existed according to the building plans. When he shined his flashlight inside, the beam illuminated a makeshift living space: food wrappers, water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent called the police immediately. Detective Morris arrived with his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pale and shaking. "Someone's been living in the walls," he kept repeating. "Someone's been watching." The notebook contained detailed observations of Sarah Coleman, her schedule, her visitors, what she ate for dinner, what shows she watched, when she showered, when she slept. The handwriting started out neat but grew increasingly erratic toward the final pages, with bizarre symbols appearing in the margins. "The subject no longer responds to my signals," read the final entry. "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensics teams combed the crawl space and found fingerprints that matched no records in any database. They discovered a complex network of passages built into the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades according to structural analysis. The passages connected to 5 different apartments, but ended in viewing points, small holes disguised as fixtures or minor damage in only one, Sarah Coleman's. The investigation team interviewed current residents. None reported anything unusual beyond the typical noises of apartment living. Former residents told a different story. 3 previous tenants of Sarah's apartment described feeling watched or hearing unexplained movements. One had moved out after only 2 weeks. None had reported their experiences, fearing they would sound paranoid. The break in the case came when forensics discovered microscopic blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA testing matched it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had disappeared without explanation 4 years earlier. His family had filed a missing persons report, but the case had gone cold. He had lived in the apartment directly below Sarah's. Detective Morris re-examined Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had complained about noises above his apartment. He had confronted the tenant living above him at the time, a quiet man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin vanished. Edward moved out the following month, leaving no forwarding address. Investigators tracked Edward's rental history and discovered a pattern. He had lived in 6 different apartment buildings over 20 years. In each case, he had requested top-floor units, made few social connections, and eventually left without notice. A neighbor from his 3rd residence remembered him as intense and recalled his frequent complaints about needing silence. The investigators found property records showing that Edward had purchased remote rural land. When they arrived at the location, they discovered a cabin with walls lined with photos and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Maps of ventilation systems and structural weak points. Detailed journals describing observations of the specimens and maintaining the habitat. In the center of the cabin stood a corkboard with newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 of them. All former apartment residents from buildings where Edward had lived. Deep scratches marked the wooden floor beneath the board, as if something heavy had been dragged repeatedly. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led investigators to a freshly disturbed patch of earth. Excavation revealed human remains, and then another grave, and another. As forensic anthropologists began the grim work of identifying the victims, Detective Morris returned to Sarah's apartment building. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, but residents still reported occasional noises. Maintenance workers installing new security systems discovered something tucked into a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a small notebook, newer than the first one found. The first page contained only one line. "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing matched the previous notebook. The last page held a crude drawing of Sarah's apartment layout with a new passage marked in red and a date for that night. Officers rushed to evacuate Sarah, but found her apartment empty. Her phone lay on the kitchen counter. Her television was still on. Her shower was running. In the bathroom, steam fogged the mirror. As it cleared, a message became visible, written by a finger on the glass. Look up. The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The manhunt for Edward continues. Investigators have identified him as Edward Mercer, former construction worker specializing in renovations. His knowledge of building structures had allowed him to create his hidden network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building revealed no signs of current habitation within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains missing. Her case has been linked to similar disappearances across multiple states. Authorities have issued warnings to apartment building managers about unauthorized modifications and hidden spaces. The image that haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves or the journals or even the photos of unsuspecting residents. It's the thought of Sarah, night after night, hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment with no upstairs neighbor. The footsteps that stopped when she knocked and then knocked back. Sometimes at night, alone in his own home, Detective Morris finds himself looking up at his ceiling, listening, waiting, and wondering who else might be listening too. Story 11. The wooden plank came loose when she stepped on it, just a small shift, but enough to catch her attention. She crouched down, running her fingers along the edges, feeling the gap. The floor wasn't solid, it was hiding something. With careful hands, she pried up the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space beneath the house. At first, she saw nothing but dust and cobwebs. Then, as her eyes adjusted, she realized there was something down there. A mattress, a chair. And in the corner, a tattered notebook, filled with pages of a name, her name written over and over again. Detective Morgan Reed stood behind Sarah Coleman as she stared into the darkness beneath her newly purchased home. The terror in her eyes reflected something deeper than just finding a hidden room. It was the violation of safety, the intrusion of something sinister into what should have been her fresh start. "Don't touch anything else," Detective Reed instructed, her voice calm but firm. She clicked on her flashlight, illuminating more of the concealed space. The beam revealed walls covered with photographs, surveillance photos of Sarah walking to her car, entering buildings, talking with friends, a shrine to obsession that had existed right beneath her feet. Sarah had purchased the small cottage from the estate of an elderly man named Walter Green, who had died without any known relatives. The property had been vacant for several months before going on the market. The real estate listing had described it as charming and in need of minor renovations. No one had mentioned anything unusual during the inspections or sale. "I never met him, the previous owner," Sarah whispered. "The neighbors said he kept to himself. I thought that basement access was sealed off decades ago. That's what the inspection report said." The crime scene investigators arrived, their equipment cases thudding against the wooden floors as they entered. They photographed everything, cataloged evidence, and eventually extracted the mattress, chair, and notebook from the hidden chamber. Forensic analysts later discovered countless fingerprints throughout the space, all belonging to Walter Green. What disturbed investigators most was the timeline they pieced together. Based on utility records and dated photographs in the chamber, Walter had been watching Sarah for at least 3 years before his death. He had attended the same community events, shopped at the same grocery store, and even patronized the cafe where she sometimes worked. Yet Sarah had no recollection of ever meeting or noticing him. This level of fixation typically escalates, the department psychologist explained during a briefing. The subject moves from fantasy to planning. The hidden room suggests he was preparing for something more direct. Detective Reed's investigation took an unexpected turn when she interviewed Walter's former coworker from the maintenance department at the local shopping center. The man seemed nervous, fidgeting with his wedding band throughout their conversation. Walter talked about her sometimes, he admitted. Said she reminded him of someone. I thought it was just an old man with a crush. I never thought. He trailed off, staring at his hands. Did he ever mention any plans involving her? Reed pressed. Not exactly plans, but he had this thing he'd say about how she belongs with me. I thought it was just talk. Reed obtained a warrant to search Walter's workplace locker, which had remained untouched since his death. Inside, they found a key that didn't match any locks in Walter's home. The serial number led them to a storage unit registered in his name. The metal door of the unit rolled upward with a grating sound. Inside, neatly arranged, was furniture that matched Sarah's old apartment replicas of her bed, her desk, even her living room couch. Walter had created a perfect copy of her living space, down to the throw pillows and wall art. A mannequin with a wig matching Sarah's hairstyle sat at the replica desk. Most disturbing of all was the calendar marked with a date just 1 week after Walter's unexpected death from a heart attack. The date was circled in red with a single word written across it: together. The investigation uncovered that Walter had been institutionalized in his youth after becoming obsessed with a female teacher. His records indicated treatment for erotomania, a delusion where the subject believes another person is in love with them despite evidence to the contrary. Walter had been released and lived decades without incident until something about Sarah triggered his old patterns. At the police station, Reed spread crime scene photos across the conference table. He died believing they had some special connection. In his mind, they were destined to be together. Could she have encountered him somewhere, something that sparked this fixation? Another detective asked. Reed shook her head. Nothing we can find. Sometimes these obsessions don't need much. A smile from a stranger. Eye contact that lasts a second too long. For someone with his history, that could be enough. Sarah decided to sell the house, unable to feel safe there again. During final walkthrough with her realtor, she stood in the living room, arms wrapped around herself. I keep thinking about what would have happened if he hadn't died when he did, she said quietly. If I hadn't noticed that loose floorboard, how long would I have lived here, not knowing he was watching me, not knowing what was hidden beneath my feet? The case was officially closed after Walter's death, classified as stalking with intent to abduct, though the abduction never occurred. The psychological evaluation of the evidence suggested that Walter had planned to confine Sarah in either the hidden room or the storage unit. Sarah moved far away, changing her daily routines and becoming more cautious about her personal information. Detective Reed occasionally checked on her, a silent acknowledgement of how closely Sarah had come to becoming another statistic, another victim. The cottage eventually sold to a young couple who knew nothing of its history. The hidden room was properly sealed, the floorboards replaced. Life continued. But for those who knew the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor served as a chilling reminder of dangers that sometimes lurk unseen, of monsters who die before they can be caught, and of victims who never know how close they came to their own endings. Story 12. The apartment was old, the heating system groaned, the pipes rattled. It was nothing unusual. At least that's what she told herself until she heard it. A voice, faint but distinct, carried through the vents. It wasn't the usual murmurs of a neighbor on the phone. It was whispering, calling her name. She pressed her ear against the grate, heart pounding. A breath of cold air rushed past her cheek, and then softly, almost playfully, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood motionless in the center of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that had been pried from the wall. The forensics team worked methodically around her, cameras flashing as they documented the scene. The victim, Alina Reeves, had been missing for 7 days before the building manager noticed the smell. What they found inside the ventilation system defied explanation. "She reported hearing voices through the vents," said Officer Patel, reading from his notepad. "Building management dismissed her concerns, said the old heating system made strange noises." Shaw knelt beside the vent, noting the scratch marks around its edges. "These weren't made by tools," she murmured. The gouges in the metal were deep, frantic fingernails desperately trying to remove the cover from the inside. The victim had been popular, well-liked, a kindergarten teacher with a warm smile and a collection of houseplants that still thrived on her windowsill. Her students had made her cards when she didn't show up for work. Her sister had filed the missing persons report. She became paranoid in the weeks before her disappearance, the sister had explained during her interview. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. "I thought it was stress from work." Shaw studied the apartment with new eyes, the perfectly made bed, the unwashed coffee mug in the sink, the chair positioned directly beneath the vent, as if someone had been sitting there listening. The forensics report revealed unexpected details. Fibers caught in the vent grating matched those from the victim's favorite cardigan. A partial fingerprint, not Alina's, was found on the inside of the vent cover. Most disturbing were the audio recordings recovered from Alina's phone. Shaw listened to them alone in her car, the rain drumming against the roof. Alina's voice came first, hesitant and frightened. "If you're real, say something." Silence stretched for 20 seconds before a response came, a whisper so faint Shaw had to turn the volume to maximum. "Alina, sweet Alina, let me in." The background check on the building yielded unsettling history. 7 tenants had vacated the apartment in the past decade, each breaking their lease early. 2 had filed complaints about noises in the walls. 1 had been treated for carbon monoxide poisoning, claiming hallucinations of voices calling from the vents. The building superintendent, a man named Harold Weber, had worked there for 15 years. His personnel file showed no red flags, though Shaw noted he possessed keys to every apartment. During questioning, he maintained an unnerving calmness. "The building makes noises," he said with a shrug. "People get spooked. Nothing supernatural about old pipes and settling foundations." But when Shaw asked about the previous tenants of apartment 4B, his demeanor shifted subtly. A tightening around the eyes, a slight tension in his shoulders. "I don't keep track of everyone who comes and goes," he replied, eyes fixed on a point beyond her shoulder. The investigation took an unexpected turn when forensics discovered a hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom, concealed behind a loose tile. It connected to a narrow maintenance passage that ran between the walls, providing access to the ventilation system throughout the building. Inside this passage, they found a collection of items: a flashlight, a water bottle, food wrappers. Someone had been living within the walls, watching, listening, whispering. Shaw ordered a search of Weber's apartment. It was immaculate, almost sterile in its tidiness. Nothing out of place, nothing personal, until they checked his computer. The files were organized by apartment numbers. Inside folder 4B were hundreds of audio recordings, conversations, phone calls, the sound of a leaner singing in the shower, pictures taken through vents and tiny holes drilled in walls. A digital journal documented his relationship with her. She hears me now, one entry read. She listens for me, waits for me. Soon I will invite her into the walls with me. The most damning evidence came from a small storage unit rented under Weber's name. Inside, they discovered artifacts from previous tenants, jewelry, photographs, clothing preserved like trophies, a shrine to his connections with the people he watched. Weber was arrested trying to board a bus in the dead of night. He offered no resistance, only smiled serenely as the handcuffs closed around his wrists. "They all hear me eventually," he told Shaw during interrogation. "The building speaks to them through me." The coroner determined Alina had been alive when she entered the ventilation system, likely coaxed in through the hidden passage. Sedative traces in her system suggested she was drugged. She had become disoriented in the maze of metal ducts, her oxygen depleting as she crawled deeper into the building's lungs, following the whispers that promised safety ahead. The families of former tenants came forward after the arrest. Some reported missing items. Others described loved ones who had become anxious, paranoid, convinced they were being watched. A pattern emerged spanning years, a predator hiding within the walls, selecting his victims, studying them, speaking to them through the vents until the whispers became their reality. At trial, Weber maintained an eerie composure. His attorney pursued an insanity defense, presenting psychological evaluations describing delusions of symbiosis with the building. The prosecution countered with evidence of meticulous planning, the modified vents, the carefully maintained passages, the detailed records of his victims' habits. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning their verdict, guilty on all counts. As Weber was led from the courtroom, he turned to Shaw with a smile that never reached his eyes. "They'll still hear me," he said. "The building remembers, the whispers never stop." The apartment building stands vacant now. Despite renovations, new owners, fresh paint, no one stays long. Residents report strange sounds from the vents, whispers in the walls, cold drafts that carry voices. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, it's nothing unusual. At least that's what they tell themselves. Story 13. She wanted to repaint the nursery before the baby arrived. The walls were a faded blue, the kind that held years of stories beneath its layers. As she rolled on the first coat, the white paint revealed something beneath letters, barely visible at first, then sharper, clearer. A message scrawled beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you," her breath caught. She stepped back, and that's when she saw it, tiny handprints in the fresh paint, too high on the wall for any child to have made. The discovery in the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what investigators would later call the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home just months before for what seemed like an impossibly low price. The real estate agent had mentioned minor cosmetic issues, but nothing about the property's dark history. Detective Sarah Klein pressed the doorbell, notebook in hand. A woman answered, her pregnant belly prominent beneath her paint-splattered overalls. Dark circles rimmed her eyes. She hadn't slept in days. The detective noted the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and the handprints. "The previous owners moved away suddenly," the woman explained. "The neighbors said they left in the middle of the night. No moving truck, just packed essentials in their car. The detective walked through the historic home, footsteps creaking against aged floorboards. Standing in the nursery, she examined the partially painted wall. The message was still visible where the new paint had been hastily abandoned. Next to it, 5 small handprints pressed into the wet paint, positioned at adult shoulder height. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein pulled records on the property. The house had changed hands 8 times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover. Each family had stayed less than 2 years. More disturbing were the child welfare reports filed for 3 of those families. Children reporting whispers from the walls and someone watching them sleep. The detective dug deeper, requesting construction records and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow with no children of her own who had operated a small orphanage from the property during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings referenced 5 children who had disappeared from her care. Authorities at the time suspected they had run away, common for orphans of that period. When Eleanor died, workers renovating the house discovered a sealed room behind the nursery wall. Inside they found children's possessions, small shoes, toys, and clothing, but no remains. The case went cold, filed away in dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, piecing together a disturbing pattern. Each family with children reported unusual occurrences, toys rearranged during the night, childish laughter echoing through empty hallways, and crayon drawings appearing on walls. Most dismissed these events as imagination until the writing appeared. The message varied slightly between accounts. Don't let them find you. Don't make a sound. Don't let it hear you. Always the same handwriting, always revealed when repainting the nursery. A forensic linguist analyzed photographs of the writing and determined it matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. More disturbing were the handprints, identical in size and placement across decades, despite different children living in the home. The investigation took a darker turn when the detective convinced the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. The technician pointed to anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes beneath the concrete floor, each approximately child-sized. Workers broke through the concrete, revealing a gruesome confirmation. 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had died during Eleanor's ownership of the house. Each child still wore a small pendant with their name engraved, the 5 orphans who had supposedly run away. The detective ordered luminol sprayed throughout the nursery. In the darkness, handprints glowed on every wall beneath layers of paint, invisible to the naked eye. Hundreds of them at varying heights, as if the children had been trying to climb out. Eleanor's journals, recovered from county archives, revealed her twisted logic. She believed orphaned children possessed special spiritual energy. By sealing them in the hidden room, she thought she could harness their life force to extend her own years. The children had scratched their warnings into the wall with fingernails and bits of metal, hoping future residents would discover their fate. The case closed with the proper burial of the 5 victims. Their names were finally recorded not as runaways, but as murder victims. The house stood empty afterward, the pregnant couple refusing to return even to collect their belongings. Detective Klein filed her final report, including photographs of the handprints illuminated by luminol and the message under the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the original victims, something unexplainable remained in that house, something that continued to reach out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were demolished during remediation, but workers reported hearing children's voices whispering from within the debris. Each refused to return after their shift ended. The house was eventually condemned, another cold case file in a dusty cabinet, physical evidence of closure, but spiritual questions that would never be answered. The detective kept one photograph from the case, 5 luminol handprints glowing in the darkness, a haunting reminder that some crimes leave impressions that no amount of fresh paint can cover. Story 14. The costume shop was closing down, selling off old inventory. A woman picked up a mask from a dusty shelf, its features delicate but unsettlingly lifelike. The cashier hesitated when she placed it on the counter. "That's not ours," he muttered. Confused, she checked the tag. There wasn't one. Shrugging, she took it home. That night she woke up to a soft sound, a whisper of fabric shifting. The mask was no longer on the dresser where she had left it. It was sitting on her nightstand, facing her. The woman, Catherine Reed, was found by her neighbor. The front door stood ajar, morning light spilling across the threshold into the otherwise dark home. The neighbor had come to return a borrowed book, but instead discovered a scene that would haunt investigators for years. Catherine lay motionless on her bedroom floor, the mask nowhere to be found. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics photographed the scene. The shutters clicked rhythmically against the backdrop of hushed voices. No signs of forced entry, an officer noted, writing in his notepad. The detective nodded, gaze traveling across the room, taking in details others might miss. A single drawer partially open, a water glass on the nightstand, lipstick on the rim. Everything seemed ordinary except for the woman who would never wake again. The medical examiner bent over the body, face grave. Cause of death unclear at first inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle. He pointed to her face. Noticed the expression terror frozen in her features. The detective crouched for a closer look. "Something scared her to death," she whispered. Catherine had lived a quiet life as an art appraiser. Colleagues described her as meticulous, passionate about authenticity. She could spot a forgery from across the room, her boss said during questioning. She had an eye for details that weren't right. The detective wondered if that talent had somehow led to her demise. Security footage from the costume shop revealed something odd. The cashier seemed genuinely confused by the mask. He called the owner over, who shook his head firmly. The audio was poor, but lip-reading experts later confirmed his words. "We never carried anything like this." The detective visited the shop, now emptied of merchandise. The owner wrung his hands nervously. "That mask appeared during our clearance sale. Nobody knows where it came from. It wasn't in our inventory." When pressed further, he admitted, "Things like this happened occasionally after we acquired items from the estate sale of a collector who died under strange circumstances." A breakthrough came when forensics discovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She was clutching at something, the lab technician explained. "These fibers are unusual, not modern synthetic material. They appear to be a mix of human hair and an unidentified organic substance we can't match to any database." The investigation led to records of similar deaths spanning back decades. Each victim had acquired an unusual mask shortly before their death. Each was found with an expression of pure terror. Each case remained unsolved. A retired detective who had worked on one such case agreed to meet. They sat in a dimly lit room, his hands trembling slightly as he pushed a yellowed file across the table. "We found something written inside each mask, behind the interior lining," he said. "Ancient symbols. A scholar we consulted believed they were tied to a ritual involving soul transference." The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A journal was discovered hidden in Catherine's apartment behind a loose baseboard. Her final entry described feeling watched, sensing a presence in her home. She wrote about researching the mask's origins after the cashier's strange reaction. Her investigation had led her to connect it with a series of mysterious deaths. "The mask moves," she had written in increasingly frantic handwriting. "It watches me when I sleep. I found markings inside its symbols matching those from unsolved cases. The collector who owned these masks died the same way. Each mask claims a life before moving on. The entity needs a new host when the mask finds its way to someone who recognizes what it truly is." The detective assembled the evidence, the strange fibers, Catherine's research, the pattern of similar deaths. The medical examiner finally determined the cause of death: cardiac arrest brought on by extreme fear. What could terrify someone so thoroughly their heart simply stopped? The case took an even more disturbing turn when surveillance footage from a neighboring house captured something the investigators had missed. A figure leaving Catherine's home in the dark, wearing what appeared to be a mask, moving with Catherine's distinctive gait, but somehow wrong, mechanical, as if someone were wearing her movements like an ill-fitting costume. The detective issued an alert for the missing mask, but it never resurfaced, not until 6 months later, when reports came of a peculiar mask appearing in a vintage shop across the country. By the time investigators arrived, it had already been sold. The buyer's name was not recorded. The case remains officially unsolved. The detective keeps Catherine's journal in her desk drawer, a reminder of a truth too strange for official reports. Sometimes at night, she wakes with a start, feeling watched. She checks her windows and doors, secures the locks, and tries not to think about the mask that might one day find its way to someone else who can see what it truly is: a vessel waiting to be filled, moving from victim to victim in an endless cycle that began centuries ago and continues still. The mask is out there waiting to be found again. And when it is, another person will wake to the soft sound of movement in the dark, to find it has crept closer while they slept, empty eye holes fixed upon them, hungry for what lives behind their eyes. Story 15. The apartment had been empty for months. The new tenants weren't expecting much when they moved in: just dust, maybe some forgotten furniture. But one door wouldn't budge. It was a closet, locked from the inside. When the landlord finally forced it open, they expected old coats or junk. Instead, they found something chilling. The walls were covered in scratches, deep, uneven lines carved desperately into the wood. And in the corner, an old flip phone, its battery long dead, except for the single unread message still glowing on the screen. Detective Morgan Shaw had seen many disturbing scenes throughout her career. This one, however, made the hairs on her neck stand up, not because of any blood or obvious signs of violence, but because of what those scratch marks implied: someone had been trapped inside that small space, fighting, desperate. "We need forensics here now," she said to her partner, Officer Reed, who was already photographing the scratches, "and get me the previous tenant records." The message on the phone simply read, "I know what you did." The landlord, a nervous man with perpetually damp palms, claimed the previous tenant had moved out without notice, leaving behind rent. A young woman, quiet type, kept to herself, left maybe 6 months ago. His eyes darted around, avoiding the closet, never caused trouble. Forensics revealed multiple blood samples embedded in the wall scratches. Most matched a single person, presumably the previous tenant, Emma Caldwell, aged 28, reported missing by her workplace when she stopped showing up. But 2 other DNA samples were found, One remained unidentified in the system. The other belonged to someone who had supposedly been dead for 2 years. "This can't be right," Shaw muttered, staring at the lab report. Derek Mercer, convicted of assault 5 years ago, had reportedly died in a car accident. His dental records had confirmed the identification, yet his DNA was fresh on the closet walls. Emma's apartment told a story of interrupted life. Mail piled up, unwashed coffee mug in the sink, bed neatly made. Her phone records showed a pattern, calls with her sister twice weekly until they suddenly stopped, and dozens of calls from an unknown number in the weeks before her disappearance. The sister says Emma mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed reported. Never gave a name, just said he was intense and private. Surveillance footage from a convenience store near the apartment complex showed Emma entering her building one night, followed minutes later by a man in a baseball cap, face carefully angled away from cameras. The break came when forensics found partial fingerprints on the inside doorknob of the closet prints belonging to Derek Mercer. He faked his death, Shaw concluded. Question is why and what's his connection to Emma? The unidentified DNA sample led them to another missing persons case. Lynette Porter, who disappeared 3 years prior. Her case had gone cold, but her description matched a woman neighbors had seen visiting Emma's apartment several times. Shaw pieced it together while reviewing traffic camera footage. A car registered to Derek Mercer's mother was spotted near Emma's apartment building multiple times. The driver matched Derek's height and build. The investigation led to a remote property owned by Mercer's family. Behind heavy basement doors, they found Lynette Porter alive but severely malnourished, kept in conditions mirroring the closet where Emma had been trapped. "He made me watch," she whispered, eyes vacant. "Said I needed to learn what happens to girls who try to leave." Evidence mounted, journals detailing Mercer's obsession with control, photographs of women who matched Emma and Lynette's appearance, and most damning video recordings of Mercer forcing Emma into the closet. "She thought she could tell people about me," his voice said on the recording. "About us, nobody reveals my secrets." The manhunt for Derek Mercer stretched across jurisdictions. While authorities searched, forensic psychologists constructed a profile that chilled investigators. Mercer didn't just want to kill, he wanted to create suffering, to watch hope drain away in confined spaces. When they finally captured him at a bus terminal, Mercer was carrying a new identity and ticket to a coastal destination. In his backpack, a roll of duct tape, a hunting knife, and a newspaper clipping about Emma's disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer maintained a calm, almost pleasant demeanor. "She sent that text message herself," he said about the phone. "She wanted someone to find her, but she didn't deserve rescue." The trial revealed the elaborate scheme Mercer had created to fake his death, using dental records from a homeless man who matched his physical description. For 2 years, he had lived under the radar, targeting women who resembled his first victim. Emma's body was never found. Forensic evidence suggested she had eventually died in that closet, scratching desperately at walls that would never yield. The message on the phone had been her last attempt to implicate her killer. She had texted it to herself from Mercer's phone while he slept, knowing her battery would preserve it when the phone eventually shut down. The jury deliberated for just 4 hours before returning a guilty verdict on all counts. As the judge delivered a life sentence without possibility of parole, Mercer smiled slightly, as if the outcome satisfied some private logic only he understood. At the sentencing, Lynette Porter addressed the court. He locked us in small spaces because that's where his mind lives, trapped in darkness. But while he rots in his cell, I'll be standing in the sun. The case transformed department protocol for missing persons investigations, particularly focusing on relationship patterns and rental property searches. Detective Shaw kept the closet door from Emma's apartment mounted on her office wall, a reminder that sometimes the most terrifying crime scenes aren't covered in blood, but in the desperate marks of someone fighting to survive. Story 16. It was a pocket dial, just static and muffled sounds. The operator almost ignored it until a voice cut through. A woman whispering frantically, "He's here." He then silence. The number led to an empty house, abandoned for years. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances. But in the dust-covered kitchen, the phone sat on the counter, screen glowing. The call had been made just minutes ago. Detective Morgan Reed pressed the playback button for the 5th time. The whisper haunted her, desperate, terrified, and impossible. The abandoned property had belonged to the Sullivan family before they relocated following a house fire that consumed most of the West Wing. Nobody had lived there since. The caretaker visited monthly and swore nobody had entered in years. Background check on the number, Morgan asked her partner, Detective Walsh. Registered to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter. She died 3 years ago in a car accident. Morgan stared at the evidence bag containing the phone. The case made no sense. A dead woman's phone making calls from an abandoned house. The dust on the counter had been disturbed only where the phone sat, as if it had materialized there. The forensic team found nothing useful. No fingerprints on the device except partial smudges that couldn't be identified. No footprints leading to or from the house. The doors remained locked, windows sealed. The recording became the centerpiece of their investigation, those 11 seconds of static, breathing, and 5 desperate words. Voice analysis confirmed it matched Catherine Sullivan's voice from old videos with 98% certainty. The timestamp showed the call occurred at the exact time Catherine had died 3 years prior, down to the minute. Morgan and Walsh interviewed everyone who knew Catherine. Her father, now remarried, seemed genuinely baffled. Her mother, living alone in a small apartment, broke down upon hearing the recording. "That's my Katie," she whispered. "She sounds so scared." Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her death, Mark Jennings, had an alibi for the night of the call. He was working a night shift at the hospital, verified by multiple witnesses and security footage. Besides, the house had been empty. The call couldn't have happened, yet it did. The investigation stalled until Morgan received a call from Catherine's mother. "I found something in her old things," she said, voice trembling. "Katie kept a journal, the last entry. You need to see this." The journal contained meticulous entries about Catherine's relationship with Mark. The loving beginning, followed by controlling behavior, isolation, and eventually fear. The final entry read, "He found out I'm leaving. He's furious. If anything happens to me, it wasn't an accident." Morgan confronted Mark again. His confident demeanor cracked under questioning about the journal. "You think I hurt Katie because of what she wrote? That's not evidence." "The accident report stated you were first on the scene," Morgan noted, "before emergency services. I was worried when she didn't arrive. I went looking for her." Her car went off a remote road. How did you know where to look? His face paled. I told you I was worried. Investigators revisited the accident scene. The car had been removed years ago, but Morgan ordered ground-penetrating radar of the area. They discovered something buried 20 feet from the crash site, Catherine's actual phone. The device they'd found in the house was her backup, kept at her parents' home. Forensic analysis of the buried phone revealed deleted texts between Catherine and her sister the night she died. Mark found out I'm leaving him. He's following me in his car. And later, he's forcing me off the road. The medical examiner re-examined photographs from Catherine's autopsy. The injuries weren't consistent with the crash alone. There were defensive wounds on her hands, bruising patterns suggesting strangulation. When police arrived to arrest Mark, they found him gone. His apartment contained a shrine to Catherine photographs, belongings he'd stolen from her family, and newspaper clippings about her death. Among his possessions, they discovered an audio manipulation software and scripts showing how he'd created the ghost call by splicing Catherine's voice from old recordings. The call had been his twisted way of revisiting his crime, a game to confuse investigators and Catherine's still grieving family. The investigation expanded to other cases where Mark had worked as an emergency responder. 2 more suspicious deaths of young women emerged, both ruled accidents. Both had been in relationships with Mark. 6 days into the manhunt, officers spotted Mark's vehicle parked outside the Sullivan house. Inside, they found him sitting in the kitchen, staring at a phone identical to Catherine's. He offered no resistance during arrest. She wouldn't stay quiet, he told Morgan during interrogation. Even after I silenced her, she kept talking, kept accusing me. I needed everyone to hear her, to think she was still somewhere out there. A ghost can't testify against me. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before finding Mark guilty of first-degree murder. As the verdict was read, Catherine's mother clutched the journal to her chest. Justice had finally arrived, not through supernatural means, but through the voice Catherine had left behind in her words, her fears documented in ink, her final desperate attempts to reach safety. The phone from the abandoned house now sits in the evidence locker. Sometimes officers swear they hear it ring, though its battery was removed long ago. Catherine's story lives on, not as a ghost tale, but as a reminder that victims find ways to speak, even when their voices have been silenced. Story 17. Renovations were always bound to uncover strange things, old newspapers, broken trinkets, forgotten photographs. But when the couple pulled up the floorboards, they didn't expect to find a letter folded neatly beneath the wood. The paper was brittle, the ink faded, but the message was clear: don't trust the one who knocked. Before they could react, 3 sharp raps echoed through the empty house. The discovery sent chills down their spines. Sarah and Michael had purchased the Victorian-era home at an estate auction, charmed by its ornate moldings and rich history. They never imagined their renovation project would unearth something so unsettling. Detective Alina Reed arrived with her partner, the floorboards still pulled up, exposing the dark cavity beneath. Her weathered hands, marked by years of handling evidence, carefully extracted the note using gloved fingers. The couple had touched it, already unavoidable contamination. Reed studied their faces as they recounted the knocking sound. Their fear seemed genuine. Background checks revealed nothing suspicious about Sarah and Michael. Newlyweds, good credit, stable jobs. The house, however, had a more complex history. Previously owned by the Hargrove family for decades, it had been vacant for 2 years following the death of the last resident, Margaret Hargrove, an elderly widow who lived alone. Neighbors described Margaret as reclusive but pleasant, no known enemies, no suspicious circumstances around her death, natural causes, according to the coroner, yet something felt off. Forensic analysis dated the note to approximately 20 years earlier. The handwriting exhibited signs of distress. Pressure points suggested fear or urgency. Margaret would have been in her 60s then, living with her husband, Franklin, who had passed away 5 years before her. Reed expanded her investigation, digging through county records and interviewing former acquaintances of the Hargroves. Franklin had been respected in the community, a retired teacher with a passion for woodworking. Several pieces of his handcrafted furniture still remained in the house. A former student of Franklin's remembered him as kind but troubled during his final teaching years. He became paranoid, the student recalled, kept mentioning someone watching him. We all thought it was early dementia. The breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Margaret's sister, now living in a nursing home. Her memory faded in and out, but certain details remained sharp. Margaret was afraid of him near the end, she whispered. Not Franklin, no. The man who came knocking, the collector. Reed leaned forward, the collector. Franklin owed money, gambling debts. The man would come knocking. 3 times, always 3 knocks. Margaret wanted to sell the house to pay him off, but Franklin refused. Reed returned to the house, this time with a forensic team. They removed more floorboards, searching the crawl space methodically. The cadaver dogs found it first beneath the foundation, wrapped in plastic. A male skeleton, skull fractured in multiple places. Dental records confirmed it wasn't Franklin Hargrove. Franklin had been cremated, his ashes scattered according to his wishes. This was someone else, someone who had never been reported missing. Further excavation revealed more, a wallet preserved inside the plastic. The ID inside belonged to Victor Mercer, known to police as a loan shark and collector for an illegal gambling operation. He had vanished 20 years ago without a trace. The case pieced itself together through forensic evidence and Margaret's diaries found hidden in the attic. Franklin had accrued substantial gambling debts. When Mercer came to collect with threats against Margaret, Franklin snapped. The workshop tools became weapons. The crawl space became a tomb. The note became a warning. Margaret had helped clean up, not out of malice, but out of fear and devotion. Her diaries revealed the torment she lived with afterward. I hear the knocking sometimes, even when nobody's there. 3 knocks, always 3. Franklin says it's my imagination. After Franklin died of a heart attack, Margaret lived alone in the house, never remarrying, never moving, keeping the secret beneath her feet. Her diary entries became increasingly paranoid. The knocking continues. I fear someone knows. The case was officially closed. The remains of Victor Mercer were returned to his remaining family. Justice, cold and delayed, had finally been served. Sarah and Michael sold the house, unable to live with its history. It remains vacant, the renovations abandoned. Local rumors claim that sometimes, in the dead of night, 3 distinct knocks can be heard echoing through the empty halls. Whether it's the settling of old wood or something more sinister remains unknown. The note remains in evidence storage, its message a chilling reminder: don't trust the one who knocked. Margaret never specified whether she meant Mercer, Franklin, or perhaps someone else entirely, someone who had discovered their secret and used it to torment her in her final years. Some mysteries, Detective Reed noted in her final report, are never fully solved, even when we think we know the truth. Story 18. The new tenants thought it was just peeling wallpaper, but as they stripped it away, the layers beneath told a different story. Scrawled in ink over and over was a name, the same name filling every inch of the wall, written in frantic, uneven script. It wasn't the name of the previous owners. It wasn't in any of the records. But when they searched it online, they found a single result, a missing persons case from decades ago. And the worst part, the woman in the photo looked exactly like the one who had sold them the house. Michael and Sarah Klein never intended to renovate the Victorian-era home immediately. The charming old residence came at a surprisingly reasonable price, and the previous owner, a quiet, elegant woman with silver-streaked dark hair, had seemed eager to sell, mentioning she was relocating across the country. The couple had been drawn to the home's character, its ornate woodwork and high ceilings telling stories of another era. It started with a simple water stain in the master bedroom. Sarah noticed a yellowish discoloration spreading across the floral wallpaper. When Michael pressed his fingers against it, the paper gave way, revealing another layer beneath. Curiosity piqued. They began carefully peeling back the damaged section. The first layer revealed outdated paisley patterns from what they guessed was the 1970s. Beneath that, striped paper from an earlier decade. But as they continued, something unexpected emerged in the third layer down. Writing, dark ink against faded beige paper. Not random scribbles, but a name, Elena Winters, written over and over, the handwriting becoming increasingly desperate and erratic across the wall. "Who's Elena Winters?" Sarah whispered, her fingers tracing the manic script. The discovery unsettled them both. That night, Michael sat at their kitchen island, laptop open, searching property records. The house had changed hands several times over the decades. No Elena Winters appeared in any documentation. The woman who sold them the house was listed as Margaret Cavendish. Sarah joined him, coffee mug in hand. Try searching just the name. The internet search yielded sparse results until they found an archived newspaper article, digitized from microfiche. Elena Winters, age 27, reported missing during winter months. The black and white photograph showed a young woman with dark hair and distinctive eyes that matched those of Margaret Cavendish, the woman who had sold them the house. "This article is from 30 years ago," Michael said, voice barely audible above the hum of the refrigerator. "Margaret would be about the right age now, but..." Sarah swallowed hard. The missing woman never had closure. No body found, no suspects named. Their curiosity evolved into an obsession. Sarah contacted the previous homeowners, working backward through county records. The renovation halted as they devoted evenings to their makeshift investigation. They learned that Margaret Cavendish had owned the house for only 7 months before selling to them, unusual considering the extensive paperwork and inspection process they'd endured. The detective assigned to the cold case had retired years ago. When Michael tracked him down, the man remembered the case immediately. His voice crackled over the speakerphone as he described the investigation. Elena Winters was reported missing by her roommate. No signs of struggle at her apartment. Her car found abandoned near the highway. The case went cold fast, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play, just vanished. Michael hesitated before asking, "Did you ever interview a Margaret Cavendish?" Silence hung heavy on the line. Number name doesn't ring a bell. Why? When they explained their discovery and showed him photos of both women side by side via email, the retired detective promised to make some calls. Within days, a detective from the current force contacted them, requesting permission to examine the wall. Their home became an active investigation scene. Forensics teams carefully documented and removed sections of the wallpaper. Analysis revealed that the ink dated back approximately 30 years. Handwriting experts compared the wall writings to samples of Alina's handwriting from old journals provided by her family. The results were inconclusive. Meanwhile, Sarah discovered a hidden space beneath the floorboards in the bedroom closet. Inside lay a driver's license belonging to Alina Winters, alongside several other identification cards bearing different names. All featured the same face with subtle variations: hair color, glasses, expressions. The final ID, Margaret Cavendish, matched their home cellar. When police attempted to locate Margaret using the forwarding address she'd provided, they discovered it non-existent. Her phone number no longer worked. The bank account that received their payment had been closed. Margaret Cavendish had disappeared, much like Alina Winters had decades earlier. Then came the revelation that fundamentally altered the investigation. DNA analysis of hair strands recovered from deep within the wall cavity matched Alina Winters. But fingerprints lifted from the writing itself matched another profile entirely, one belonging to a psychiatric patient named Rebecca Eldridge, who had been committed to a mental institution shortly after Alina's disappearance. Rebecca Eldridge had been diagnosed with severe dissociative identity disorder. She had escaped from the institution multiple times over the years. Her medical records revealed something chilling. One of her documented alternate personalities called herself Alina. The investigation uncovered that Rebecca had been Alina's childhood friend, obsessed with her to the point of emulation. When Alina rejected her increasingly disturbing advances, something in Rebecca fractured. She had taken Alina's identity literally and figuratively, and created an elaborate web of personalities to maintain the illusion. The scrawled name represented Rebecca's desperate attempt to maintain her grip on reality, to remember who she truly was beneath the assumed identities. The wall had become both confession and prison, a physical manifestation of her fractured psyche. Sarah and Michael watched from their front porch as forensic teams excavated specific sections of their backyard, guided by ground-penetrating radar that had detected anomalies beneath the surface. The cold case had suddenly become very warm. The remains recovered from beneath the garden belonged to Alina Winters. Rebecca Eldridge, known to Michael and Sarah as Margaret Cavendish, was eventually apprehended attempting to cross the border with yet another identity. When confronted with evidence, the personality presenting as Margaret collapsed, and another emerged, one who confessed to killing Alina in a jealous rage. The names on the wall had been both memorial and manifestation of guilt, written by a fractured mind trying to hold onto fragments of truth despite itself. For Alina's family, justice arrived 3 decades late. For Michael and Sarah, their dream home became infamous, a footnote in true crime history, forever known as the house where the walls themselves confessed to murder. Story 19. The old library was set to be demolished. The workers were nearly done when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch in the bookshelf. With a soft click, the entire case swung open, revealing a narrow passage leading to a hidden room. The air inside was thick, untouched for decades. There was no furniture, just a chair in the center, bolted to the floor, and on the wall, scratched over and over, the same phrase repeated, "I am still here." The construction foreman radioed for the police. What began as a routine demolition quickly transformed into something far more sinister. The responding detective, Morgan Walsh, had seen his share of unusual crime scenes during his 20 years on the force, but nothing quite like this. He stood in the doorway, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the disturbing message that covered the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh instructed the officers, his voice echoing in the confined space. "No one touches anything until forensics arrives." The history of the building painted an intriguing background. The library had been privately owned by the Harrington family, prominent figures in the community who had donated the building to the public after the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. She had vanished during her final year of college, leaving behind no trace except her abandoned car found near the woods. The case had gone cold despite extensive searches and interviews. The prevailing theory suggested she had run away to start a new life, though her family never accepted this explanation. They had insisted something more sinister had occurred. As forensic technicians carefully examined the hidden room, they discovered hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair. The scratches on the wall contained minute traces of blood and skin cells under the layers of dust. Initial testing indicated the biological material was consistent with a young female. The chair was designed to restrain someone, the forensic analyst noted, pointing to the bolt holes and weathered leather straps still attached to the arms. Whoever was kept here struggled intensely. Walsh assembled a team to dive into the Harrington family history. Something about the timing of the library donation nagged at him. It had been gifted to the community merely weeks after Rebecca's disappearance, a peculiar coincidence that now seemed potentially significant. Further investigation revealed another disturbing detail. The bookshelf concealing the hidden room had been installed by a contractor who had worked exclusively for Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family patriarch. Financial records showed substantial payments to this contractor, far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff were interviewed, each expressing shock at the discovery. None had known about the hidden space, though one elderly librarian recalled Maxwell spending countless hours alone in that section of the building after hours. She had assumed he was merely an avid reader seeking privacy. Maxwell always insisted that particular section remain untouched during renovations, she told investigators. He claimed the original woodwork was historically significant and irreplaceable. The investigation intensified when forensic results confirmed the DNA from the hidden room matched samples from Rebecca's hairbrush recovered from her old bedroom. The timeline became clearer and more disturbing. Rebecca had not run away. She had been imprisoned behind the bookshelf, potentially by someone within her own family. Detectives obtained a warrant to search the Harrington estate. In Maxwell's study, they discovered a leather-bound journal hidden in a false bottom drawer. The journal contained detailed entries spanning several months, describing an unhealthy obsession with his niece. The final entry was the most chilling. She threatened to tell everyone, "I cannot allow that. The room will hold her until she understands." Investigators tracked down Maxwell, now living in a coastal retirement community. During questioning, he maintained his composure initially, dismissing the hidden room as an architectural curiosity he knew nothing about. but when presented with the journal and DNA evidence, his fa-de crumbled. She was going to ruin everything, he finally admitted, his voice flat and emotionless. Rebecca discovered financial documents proving I had been embezzling from the family foundation for years. The family name meant everything. I couldn't let her destroy it. The confession painted a horrific picture. Maxwell had lured Rebecca to the library, subdued her, and imprisoned her in the hidden room. He had planned to keep her there until she agreed to silence, but something went wrong. During one of his visits, Rebecca had attempted to escape. In the struggle that followed, he had killed her. I panicked, Maxwell stated during his recorded confession. I buried her beneath the floorboards of the room and sealed it shut. Then I donated the building to ensure no one would ever renovate that section. Ground-penetrating radar confirmed the presence of human remains beneath the floor of the hidden room. Excavation revealed Rebecca's skeletal remains, still wearing the silver bracelet her parents had given her for her 20th birthday. The Harrington family attended Maxwell's sentencing, watching in somber silence as justice was finally delivered. Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's recovered bracelet, the only piece of her they could bury properly after all these years. The library demolition was halted indefinitely as it became a site for mourning and reflection. Community members left flowers at the entrance, honoring a life cut short and a truth that had waited patiently behind a bookshelf to be discovered. In a sad twist of irony, it was Rebecca who had the final word. Her message, "I am still here," scratched desperately on the walls, had indeed ensured she would never be forgotten, and that justice, however delayed, would eventually find its way to the light. Story 20. The realtor's listing mentioned no basement. The blueprints showed no record of it. And yet when the family pulled up the old carpet, they found a door hidden underneath. A heavy, rusted handle. It took 3 of them to pry it open. Stale air rushed up to greet them, thick with the scent of damp earth. Steps led downward into darkness. They expected storage. Instead, they found a chair, a single light bulb swaying above it, and on the wall behind, a row of photographs of them. Pictures taken from inside their own home. The Mercer family had moved into the suburban property during winter, when darkness fell early and the neighborhood trees stood bare against the cold sky. The 2-story structure with its faded siding and creaking floors had character, they'd told themselves, character and history. What they hadn't anticipated was exactly how much history the house contained, or how violently it would intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already securing the perimeter with yellow tape that fluttered in the wind. The call had come in from Mrs. Mercer, her voice trembling as she described what they'd found beneath their living room floor. "We need to document everything before anyone else goes down there," Connors instructed, pulling latex gloves over her hands with practiced precision. The camera flashes illuminated the stairwell in bursts as the forensic team captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned under their weight. The basement itself was small, roughly the size of a standard bedroom, with concrete walls painted a flat gray. The single chair sat bolted to the floor in the center of the space. Above it, the bare bulb cast harsh shadows across the room, spinning slowly from an invisible draft. But it was the wall of photographs that commanded attention. 37 images in total, meticulously arranged in chronological order. These date back nearly 4 weeks, Connor's partner noted, examining the timestamps written on the backs of the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch. Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms. The investigation revealed no signs of forced entry, no broken windows or picked locks. The security system had never triggered. Nothing had been stolen. Only privacy had been taken, along with any sense of safety the family might have felt. Forensics found multiple fingerprints throughout the basement space, most belonging to previous owners of the property. Records showed the house had changed hands 6 times in the past decade, each family staying less than a year before selling at increasingly lower prices. None had mentioned discovering a basement. "We need to talk to every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case grew more disturbing as they traced the history backward. The property records showed inconsistencies, blueprints altered between sales, permits filed then withdrawn, inspection reports with entire sections redacted. The breakthrough came when they interviewed the contractor who had renovated the house 7 years prior, his face drained of color when shown photos of the basement. "That room doesn't exist," he insisted, his hands trembling. "I gutted that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, nothing under the living room except dirt and concrete." Digital forensics extracted data from the memory card found hidden inside the light fixture. Hundreds more images populated their evidence boards, not just of the Mercers, but of previous families. Children sleeping, parents arguing, intimate moments, mundane routines, all captured by someone who should not have been there. The case took an even darker turn when audio files were recovered from a weatherproof box buried in the corner of the basement. Voice recordings of conversations held in the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room. The sound quality suggested sophisticated microphones hidden throughout the house, though none had been found during the initial search. "We need to tear out every wall," Connors ordered, her voice tight with urgency. "Check inside the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. Whoever did this has been watching these families for years." Behind the wall of photographs, investigators discovered a narrow passage leading to a small monitoring station. A desk, a chair, a laptop connected to a series of wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages filled with meticulous observations about each family that had lived in the house, their habits, their schedules, their arguments, their vulnerabilities. The handwriting matched samples from the property's original builder, a man named Edward Kelvin. Records indicated he had died during construction of the house, a detail that became increasingly suspect as the investigation progressed. No death certificate had ever been filed, no funeral arrangements made. Edward Kelvin had simply vanished from public records. The final entries in the journal became increasingly erratic. Phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" appeared repeatedly. The last page contained a single sentence: "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed what detectives had begun to suspect: Edward Kelvin had never left the house he built. He had simply retreated into its hidden spaces, creating a labyrinth of observation points from which he could watch the families who believed they lived alone. The manhunt lasted 3 days. They found him curled inside a crawlspace between the second-floor bedrooms, his body thin and wiry, adapted to moving through the narrow passages he had built within the walls. His eyes blinked against the flashlight beams, unaccustomed to direct light. During questioning, Kelvin spoke of the families as if they were characters in his private theater. He described watching them with the clinical detachment of a scientist observing specimens. He had never touched them, never stolen from them, never directly interfered with their lives. He had only watched, recorded, documented. "They invited me in," he told investigators, his voice soft and reasonable. "They signed the papers, they became mine." The psychological evaluation determined Kelvin suffered from severe delusions, believing himself to be a guardian of the house rather than an intruder. The families were merely temporary guests in what he considered his permanent home. The Mercer family never returned to the property. Like those before them, they abandoned their belongings, taking only what they could carry in suitcases. The house remained empty as the case moved through the criminal justice system. The trial revealed the true extent of Kelvin's surveillance network: hidden rooms accessible only through crawl spaces, observation points built into the structure itself, all meticulously planned before the first brick was laid. The house had been designed from the beginning as a viewing apparatus, its residents unknowing participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. When the jury delivered their verdict, Kelvin showed no reaction. He had already retreated into the architecture of his mind, where he could still move unseen through the passages of the house that existed now only in memory. The property was eventually demolished, the ground beneath it excavated and filled. But for the families who had lived there, the violation continued. They remained haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what they had never known was there, watching, listening, recording their most private moments from within walls they had trusted to keep them safe. Sometimes in quiet moments they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the corners where walls met ceilings, wondering if they were truly alone now, wondering if they ever had been. Story 21. The new homeowners thought it was just a quirk how the old intercom system crackled late at night, a relic from another time, rewired but long forgotten. Then one night the husband pressed the button out of curiosity. A whisper crackled through the speaker. "Why did you come back?" He jolted back, his hands shaking. His wife, standing behind him, whispered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor sat nestled among ancient oak trees, its weathered exterior belying the renovated modern interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had purchased the property at a surprisingly reasonable price, despite the real estate agent's nervous demeanor during the walkthrough. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all rooms, had been one of the selling points for the history-loving couple. Detective Sarah Reeves pulled up to the property, gravel crunching beneath the tires of her unmarked vehicle. The call had come in as a potential break-in, but something in the dispatcher's voice suggested there was more to the story. The tall figure of Daniel Parker greeted her at the door, his pallor evident even in the dim porch light. "It started with the intercom," he explained, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. "Just static at first, then whispers, then full sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, hands clutching a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We found something behind the wall," she said without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the kitchen pantry, and when he took down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, wrapped in deteriorating plastic, they had discovered a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves donned gloves before carefully opening its brittle pages. The handwriting, elegant yet frantic, belonged to someone named Alina, the apparent previous owner. The entries detailed her growing suspicion that her husband Vincent was planning to harm her. "The final entry was dated 30 years ago," Daniel explained. "After that, nothing. The previous owners claimed they bought it from an elderly man who moved to a retirement community. The investigation uncovered that Vincent and Alina Blackwood had indeed owned the house. Property records showed Vincent had sold the house shortly after Alina allegedly left him. No divorce was ever filed, no change of address, no financial transactions in Alina's name after the date of the final journal entry. Detective Reeves assembled a team to examine the property thoroughly. Ground-penetrating radar revealed anomalies beneath the concrete foundation of the garden shed. As investigators broke through the decades-old concrete, the truth emerged in the form of human remains. Forensic analysis confirmed the skeleton belonged to a woman in her 40s, with evidence of blunt force trauma to the skull. A gold wedding band found among the remains bore an inscription, "To Alina, my eternal love." The case against Vincent Blackwood built rapidly. Now elderly and living in a care facility, his mind was sharp enough to understand the charges brought against him. When confronted with the evidence, his response chilled even the seasoned detective. "She wouldn't stop talking," Vincent said, his voice eerily calm. "Always chattering through that damned intercom, checking on me, questioning me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself. Said she wanted to always be able to reach me, no matter where I was in the house." He looked up, eyes vacant. "I just wanted quiet." During his confession, Vincent revealed how he had carefully constructed the narrative of Alina abandoning him, even sending postcards to neighbors from various locations, written in forged handwriting. He had lived in the house for years afterward, walking daily over the concrete where his wife lay buried. The trial was brief, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The sentencing judge noted the calculated nature of the crime and the decades of deception that followed. Daniel and Meredith eventually sold the house, unable to remain after learning its dark history. Before leaving, they held a memorial service for Alina in the garden, now restored after the investigation. The intercom system was removed during renovations by the next owners. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during the removal process, though they attributed it to interference from their power tools. Detective Reeves visited the Blackwood case file one last time before it was archived. As she closed the manila folder, she reflected on how the house itself had seemingly reached across time to reveal its secret. The justice system had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, but only because Alina had found a way to make herself heard. The case became known among local law enforcement as the house that answered back. Detective Reeves would sometimes drive past the property on her way home. She never stopped, but she would slow down, window rolled down slightly, listening for whispers carried on the breeze. Story 22. The hotel was cheap, outdated, the kind of place people only stayed for a night. The clerk handed her the key with a strange look. "Just don't take the last door on the left," he murmured. Curiosity gnawed at her. That night, as she made her way down the dimly lit hallway, she paused in front of it. The handle was ice cold. The door looked no different from the others until she pressed her ear against it. From the other side, something breathed. Detective Morgan Reed rubbed the sleep from her eyes as she ducked under the yellow crime scene tape spanning the doorway. The smell hit her first metallic and sour, a scent she recognized immediately. Blood had soaked into the thin carpet, darkening the already murky pattern to near black. The room was a study in contradictions. Pristine bathroom, untouched bed, and then the horror of what lay between them. A young woman's body sprawled on the floor, her blonde hair fanned out like a halo. Her eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling, her expression frozen in what might have been surprise or terror. Reed crouched beside the victim, careful to avoid disturbing the evidence markers that dotted the scene. "Third one this season," said the forensic technician, his voice flat with professional detachment as he photographed the body from various angles. "Same signature as the others." Reed nodded silently. The victim wore elegant clothes incongruous with this forgotten motel. A designer handbag lay open on the bedside table, contents intact. This wasn't robbery. Something else drove this killer. The hotel manager hovered nervously at the doorway, his face ashen. "She checked in alone, paid cash. I never thought." His voice broke. "The maid found her when she came to clean." Reed studied the room again. No signs of forced entry, no defensive wounds on the victim. The woman had let her killer in or known them already. Back at the station, Reed pinned photographs to the incident board. 3 women, all with similar features, all found in cheap, out-of-the-way motels. The press had started asking questions. Whispers of a serial predator spread through the community. "The autopsy results are in," Detective Hayes announced, dropping a folder on Reed's desk. "Death by strangulation manual. No DNA under the fingernails. No signs of sexual assault." Reed frowned. "This is personal, not predatory in the traditional sense." Days blurred together as the investigation intensified. Hotel surveillance footage revealed nothing unusual. The victim, identified as Elaine Werner, was a financial analyst with no known enemies. Her friends described her as careful, meticulous, not someone who would stay in such a place willingly. A breakthrough came when Reed interviewed Werner's sister. She mentioned a man she'd been seeing, the sister revealed, hands trembling around her coffee cup. Someone from work. She was secretive about it, said he was complicated. Married, I think. Reed leaned forward. "Did she mention a name?" "She called him C, that's all she would say." The investigation shifted to Werner's workplace. Colleagues described her as professional, private. None knew of any relationship, but when Reed searched Werner's desk, she found a business card tucked inside a desk calendar. Charles Emerson, Senior Vice President. Emerson presented the perfect facade when questioned, concerned, helpful, appropriately distanced. His alibi seemed solid, dinner with his wife and another couple, but something in his eyes made Reed uneasy. "Did you know Elaine Werner outside of work?" Reed asked casually. A flicker crossed Emerson's face, so brief anyone else might have missed it. "Only professionally." Later that week, forensics matched partial fingerprints from Werner's handbag to Emerson. When confronted, his facade cracked. "We were involved," he admitted, "but I ended it. She threatened to tell my wife." "Well, enough to kill her?" Reed asked. Emerson's expression hardened. "I never went to that motel." Yet hotel records told a different story. A credit card transaction for the adjacent room paid with a corporate card linked to Emerson's company. When they searched that room, they found a small camera hidden in the shared wall vent. The evidence mounted. Fibers from Emerson's distinctive suit matched those found on Werner's body. His DNA appeared on a water glass in her room. And when they examined his home computer, they discovered similar recordings of the 2 previous victims. The pattern emerged. Emerson selected women who resembled his wife when younger. He convinced them to meet at specific motels, always choosing the room next to the last door on the left. a room he had already prepared with surveillance equipment. He recorded their encounters, then returned later to eliminate the evidence, the women themselves. In the interrogation room, Emerson's composure finally shattered. They were going to ruin everything, he whispered. My reputation, my marriage, my life. The trial was brief but sensational. 3 families watched as justice unfolded in the sterile courtroom. Emerson never showed remorse, maintaining the blank expression that had served him well in the corporate world. The judge sentenced him to life without parole. As officers led him away, Reed caught his eye. For just a moment, she glimpsed something behind his mask, not humanity, but its absence, a void where empathy should have been. The media called it the door on the left case. Psychologists studied Emerson's pathology. True crime enthusiasts dissected every detail. But for Reed, the case never truly closed. Sometimes, walking down hotel hallways, she found herself counting doors, wondering what secrets might breathe behind them. In the evidence locker, locked away from public view, 3 identical hotel keys remain tagged and catalogued. Physical reminders that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Story 23. The house had been vacant for years. The neighbors said no one had lived there since the young woman went missing. Yet when the new tenants moved in, they found the bedroom locked from the inside. After prying it open, the air was stale, heavy with dust, but something wasn't right. The bed was made, the mirror wiped clean. On the desk, a single candle had melted down to nothing, its wax pooling like frozen tears. And then they saw it, the notebook, open to a page with fresh ink. The last entry was dated the night she disappeared. Detective Morgan read through the notebook's pages while forensic technicians dusted the room for prints. The writing belonged to Elise Winters, age 26, reported missing by her parents almost 5 years prior. Her handwriting flowed across the pages in neat, precise strokes until the final entry, where the pen had pressed harder, leaving indentations on subsequent blank pages. I know he's watching me tonight, the final entry read. The same car has passed by 3 times. I've called for help, but no one believes me. If something happens, know that it wasn't random. The detective closed the book, slipping it into an evidence bag. The smell of dust and something else, a faint chemical odor, lingered in the room. The landlord stood in the doorway, arms crossed, face pale. I swear we checked every room before listing it for rent, he muttered. That door wasn't locked. Elise had been working as a paralegal for Harriman and Associates, a prestigious law firm handling several high-profile corporate cases. Colleagues described her as meticulous, dedicated, and increasingly withdrawn in the weeks before her disappearance. She started staying late, her supervisor told investigators during a recorded interview. Said she discovered something in the Westridge acquisition files that didn't add up, numbers that were changed, documents that were backdated. The detective studied photographs of Elise' auburn hair, serious eyes behind rectangular glasses, always professionally dressed. The woman in the photos seemed too calculated to simply disappear, too organized to leave without a trace. The bedroom yielded few clues, no signs of struggle, no blood, just a perfectly preserved moment in time, as if Elise had stepped out for coffee and intended to return. The candle on the desk was black wax, unscented. Beneath it, heat had warped the wood surface. What did you find? Morgan asked the forensic lead. Multiple fingerprint sets, most degraded with age. The interesting part is what's missing. The doorknob was wiped clean inside and out, same with the window latches. The investigators removed the baseboards, checked behind outlets, and searched for hidden compartments. When they pulled up a loose floorboard near the closet, they found it a small waterproof case containing a flash drive and a key. The key opened a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank. Inside was a second flash drive and several folders of documents. The papers detailed financial transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore accounts linked to several partners at Harriman and Associates. Digital forensics recovered the contents of both drives. They contained audio recordings and spreadsheets documenting manipulated drug trial data for Westridge's flagship medication, Neurapax. The recordings featured Elise's voice and that of a man identified as Vincent Harriman, senior partner. "These numbers can't go public," Harriman said in one recording. The side effects were present in almost 40% of patients, not 4% as we reported. If this gets out, the firm is finished and Westridge stock becomes worthless overnight. "People are dying," Elise responded. "The seizures are happening exactly as the original data predicted." "This conversation never happened," Harriman replied. "Remember, what we discuss happens inside these walls stays here, for everyone's protection." Detective Morgan connected with pharmaceutical regulators, who confirmed that Neurapax had been quietly pulled from the market after a cluster of patient deaths matched the side effects documented in Elise's hidden files. Investigators subpoenaed Harriman's personal and corporate records. They found nothing directly linking him to Elise's disappearance until they discovered charges for an industrial cleaning service at his vacation property the day after she vanished. When police searched the property, they found microscopic blood traces matching Elise's DNA profile despite the thorough cleaning. The evidence was circumstantial but damning. The mystery of the locked room remained unsolved until Morgan reviewed security footage from neighboring properties. A figure matching Harriman's build approached the house during heavy rain on the night Elise disappeared. The footage showed him entering, but never leaving through any visible exit. The detective returned to the bedroom with a structural engineer. Together they discovered a hidden passage in the back of the bedroom closet, connecting to maintenance tunnels that ran beneath several blocks of older homes in the neighborhood. The passage had been sealed with new drywall and painted to match the original wall. Vincent Harriman was arrested during a board meeting. When confronted with the evidence, he maintained his innocence, claiming Elise had been planning to leave the country with the documents. "She was unstable, paranoid," he told investigators. "She manufactured evidence to damage the firm after we passed her over for promotion." The jury disagreed. Footage recovered from Elise's own hidden camera, tucked inside a bookend on her shelf, showed Harriman entering her room that night. The recording ended abruptly with him approaching her desk where she sat writing. Prosecutors theorized that after killing Elise, Harriman locked the door from inside using a simple trick with string and a hook, escaping through the hidden passage. He had returned years later, before the new tenants arrived, to ensure nothing remained to implicate him. In doing so, he inadvertently preserved the scene exactly as investigators needed to find it. Harriman was convicted of first-degree murder despite no body ever being recovered. The pharmaceutical executives implicated in the fraud faced separate charges. The families of patients who died from Neuropax side effects filed a class action lawsuit that exposed systemic corruption. At the sentencing hearing, Elise's mother addressed the court. "My daughter's room remained untouched, preserving the truth she gave her life to reveal. She never left that room, not really. Her pursuit of justice remained locked inside, waiting for someone to find it." The new tenants never moved in. The house stands empty once more, its secrets exposed but not forgotten. Locals avoid walking past it after dark. Some claim to see a light in the upstairs window, the bedroom where a young woman made her final stand against powerful men who thought their crimes would stay hidden forever. Justice came for Elise Winters, not in life, but in the evidence she left behind. The room she never truly left became both her tomb and her testimony. Story 24. She never liked going up there, but when the storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was filled with forgotten things, draped in dust and cobwebs. In the farthest corner sat an old dollhouse, eerily detailed, its tiny furniture meticulously placed. But as she peered inside, her stomach twisted. The figures inside weren't dolls. They were tiny, hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure positioned exactly where they had been sitting downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to be her was standing by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan ran her finger across the dollhouse roof, feeling the indentation where the small wooden figure stood. The discovery sent a chill through her body that had nothing to do with the cold draft whistling through the rafters. The dollhouse shouldn't have been there at all. This wasn't her childhood home, but a rental property the family had moved into just weeks earlier. The case began with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, huddled in their living room, refusing to return upstairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially dismissed their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the overactive imagination of a family adjusting to an unfamiliar house. "The detail is what struck me," Detective Harmon would later recall during interviews. Each miniature figurine captured something distinct about each family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The investigation shifted when forensic teams discovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that matched none of the family members. More disturbing still were microscopic cameras found embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all connected to a sophisticated recording system hidden beneath the dollhouse itself. Analysis of the Morgan family's movements over preceding days revealed an unsettling pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse didn't just match where the family had been sitting that evening, they matched exact positions from different days, suggesting someone had been watching them long enough to learn their habits. "We realized we weren't dealing with a simple case of stalking," explained Detective Harmon. "The perpetrator demonstrated a level of obsession rarely documented in criminal psychology literature." The investigation uncovered a hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found a makeshift living space with evidence someone had been residing there since before the Morgans moved in. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag suggested the intruder had been living underneath the family for weeks. What puzzled investigators most was the absence of forced entry. Property records revealed the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within months of each other. Their son had handled the estate sale, and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded little information. Most hadn't noticed anything unusual, though one elderly woman mentioned occasionally seeing lights in the house during its vacancy period. I assumed it was the real estate people showing the property, she told investigators. Never occurred to me someone might be living there without permission. The breakthrough came through digital forensics. Examining the surveillance system connected to the miniature cameras, analysts discovered the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address led investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found walls covered with photographs of the Morgan family and previous occupants of the house. Journal entries detailed the daily routines of each family member with disturbing precision. The most chilling discovery was a workshop containing dozens of partially completed dollhouses, each representing different homes in the area. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the previous homeowners. His financial records showed mounting debt after his parents' deaths. Rather than selling the house outright, he'd created the hidden living space, continuing to live there while collecting rental income from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his control center, explained the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figure represented someone he watched. The figure of Rebecca by the attic door wasn't a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily calm as he described his motivation. They were living in my house, sleeping in my parents' bedroom. I needed to make sure they were treating it with respect. When asked about the positioned figures, he simply stated, I wanted them to know I was always watching. The psychological evaluation revealed a complex case of possessive delusion. Wells couldn't emotionally process losing his childhood home and created an elaborate system to maintain control over it. The dollhouse had become his way of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never returned to the house. Rebecca later recalled the moment that haunted her most wasn't finding the dollhouse, but realizing what it meant. Someone had been watching us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into playthings. The real horror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was knowing that in his mind, we were just dolls to be positioned and observed. Wells was charged with multiple counts of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a review of real estate disclosure laws regarding deaths on properties and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During sentencing, the judge noted the extraordinary violation the Morgan family had endured. You didn't just invade their home, you invaded their sense of safety and autonomy. You observed their most private moments and recreated them for your entertainment. What makes the case particularly disturbing to criminologists is how long Wells might have continued undetected had Rebecca not discovered the dollhouse. Forensic analysis of his journals suggested he had been living secretly within homes for nearly 2 years, moving from one property to another, creating dollhouses of each family under observation. The Morgan family eventually found a new home far away, but Rebecca admitted in victim impact statements that she still checks closets and crawl spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. Some days I still feel like I'm being watched, she said. I wonder if somewhere, someone is still moving a tiny version of me around in a dollhouse I haven't discovered yet. Story 25. It arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope with no return address, a single brass key worn with time. The homeowner didn't recognize it, but something about it felt familiar. When she slid it into every lock she owned, nothing turned. It wasn't hers. But when she placed it on the coffee table, the old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a single, hollow chime despite having been broken for years. Sarah Miller reported the strange occurrence to authorities after finding the mysterious key. What seemed like an odd mishap soon unraveled into one of the most disturbing criminal investigations the quiet suburban neighborhood had ever witnessed. The responding officer initially dismissed her concerns. A key in the mail, perhaps a mistake, he suggested. But Sarah insisted something felt wrong. The officer reluctantly took the key as evidence, mostly to appease her, placing it in a small evidence bag that would later become central to a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon received the case file during the morning briefing. A veteran investigator with a special victims unit, he had developed an intuition for cases that would evolve beyond their seemingly innocuous beginnings. The brass key sat on his desk, unremarkable yet somehow unsettling. Background checks revealed Sarah had no criminal history. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with 2 adult children living across the country. Nothing suspicious in her financial records, phone logs, or social media. She appeared to be exactly what she claimed, an innocent recipient of something strange. The forensic team found no fingerprints on the key besides Sarah's. The envelope yielded nothing except a generic postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA, no trace evidence. The key itself was a standard Schlage, available at any hardware store, though well-worn and at least several years old. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to run the key's unique bidding pattern through the department database. A cold case from 7 years prior had documented an identical key pattern belonging to a storage unit where investigators had found blood-stained carpet, cutting tools, and photographs of unidentified women. The original investigation had stalled without sufficient evidence to identify a suspect. Harmon pulled the dusty case files. The detective who had worked the case had since retired. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been overwritten. The evidence collected had yielded partial DNA samples, but no matches in any criminal database. The photographs recovered from the storage unit showed 5 different women, all appearing unconscious. Only 3 had been identified during the original investigation, all reported missing but never found. Their cases remained open, classified as suspected homicides without bodies. Sarah Miller recognized none of the women when shown the photographs. She grew increasingly anxious as the investigation proceeded, installing new locks and a security system in her home. The question lingered, why had someone sent her this key? Harmon ordered a fresh analysis of the original evidence using newer techniques. The partial DNA sample was expanded and run through genealogical databases. This yielded a distant familial match, a second cousin twice removed from the suspect. Working backward through family trees, investigators narrowed their focus to Harold Jenkins, who had lived 2 streets away from Sarah Miller until moving away approximately 6 years ago. His current whereabouts were unknown. Further investigation revealed Jenkins had been a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah taught, though they had minimal documented interaction. His employment records showed scattered work history, long unexplained gaps and frequent relocations. His former residence yielded nothing unusual upon inspection. Neighbors described him as quiet, unremarkable, someone who kept to himself, the common refrain that often follows revelations about predators hiding in plain sight. The big question remained unanswered: why send the key now? Why to Sarah Miller? Harmon theorized it might be a trophy, a warning, or perhaps a macabre invitation. The search for Jenkins intensified. His driver's license hadn't been renewed, no credit card activity, no tax returns. The digital breadcrumbs people typically leave behind were conspicuously absent, suggesting an intentional effort to remain untraceable. The true horror of the case emerged when authorities investigated a small cabin registered to Jenkins' deceased mother. Beneath the weathered wooden floorboards, investigators discovered a concealed room accessible only through a trapdoor. Inside, meticulously organized shelves held dozens of identical brass keys, each with a name and date engraved on a small attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women from the photographs. The remaining keys, 27 in total, presented a horrifying implication of additional victims previously unknown to authorities. Buried behind the cabin, forensic teams recovered human remains. The excavation continued for weeks as investigators unearthed multiple bodies in varying states of decomposition. Sarah received round-the-clock protection as the manhunt for Jenkins expanded nationwide. Behavioral analysts suggested the key represented a twisted invitation, Jenkins selecting Sarah as someone to appreciate his work. The press dubbed him the Keymaster, a name that spread rapidly across national headlines. Fear permeated the community as residents questioned how such horror had existed among them undetected. Detection dogs tracked a scent from the cabin into the surrounding wilderness. Search teams combed dense forest areas. Thermal imaging drones scanned terrain too dangerous for ground teams. The manhunt became one of the largest in regional history. A wildlife photographer hiking in remote woods captured an image of someone matching Jenkins' description. The grainy photograph showed a bearded man with hollow eyes carrying a backpack, heading deeper into the wilderness. Authorities closed in on the area, establishing a perimeter. Tactical teams navigated difficult terrain while psychological profilers predicted Jenkins would not surrender. They anticipated he might have prepared for this contingency with hidden supplies and escape routes. The final confrontation occurred when a patrol officer encountered Jenkins attempting to cross a river. Rather than surrender, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, where he barricaded himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Negotiators attempted communication for hours without response. When tactical teams finally breached the tower, they found Jenkins dead from a self-inflicted wound. Beside his body lay a journal containing detailed accounts of his crimes, alongside a single brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Inside a waterproof container, investigators discovered additional evidence, including photographs, maps marking burial locations, and personal effects taken from victims, a methodically preserved record of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The journal's final entry addressed Sarah directly. "You never noticed me, but I noticed everything about you. The key opens nothing because what I wanted to give you cannot be unlocked with metal, only with recognition. Now everyone will remember my name. The subsequent investigation identified 32 victims in total. Families who had spent years wondering about missing loved ones finally received answers, though the closure came with the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedy. Sarah never returned to her home, unable to reconcile the horror that had brushed so close to her ordinary life. The grandfather clock that had mysteriously chimed was examined and found to contain a small wireless receiver Jenkins had been watching, waiting for the moment she received his gift. The case remains one of the most disturbing examples of predatory behavior hiding beneath a veneer of normalcy. Psychological researchers continue studying Jenkins' writings, seeking insights to identify similar offenders before they act. And somewhere in an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sits in silent testimony to lives cut short, each key opening nothing, yet unlocking a devastating truth about the darkness that sometimes hides behind unremarkable facades. Story 26. At first, it was just a flicker, a glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother dismissed it as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." Her blood turned to ice. She ran to her son's room, heart pounding, but the crib was empty. The window was closed, the door still locked. The only thing out of place was the stuffed rabbit on the floor, its glassy black eyes staring up at her. Rebecca would later tell investigators she screamed until her throat burned raw. The neighbors heard her cries and called emergency services. When authorities arrived, they found her clutching the stuffed rabbit, rocking back and forth on the nursery floor. The 4-month-old infant, Samuel, had vanished without a trace. The initial investigation yielded few leads. No signs of forced entry were discovered. The security system remained armed throughout the night. The recorded baby monitor footage showed nothing unusual until that mysterious voice and static. Investigators were baffled. How could an intruder enter a locked home, take a child, and leave without disturbing anything except a stuffed animal? Rebecca became the primary suspect. Her husband, Daniel, had been away on business. Their marriage had been strained since Samuel's birth. Medical records revealed Rebecca had sought help for postpartum depression. A detective noted her calm demeanor during questioning, describing it as unnervingly composed for a mother whose child had just disappeared. The community whispered behind closed doors. Then came the first breakthrough. The forensic team discovered microscopic fibers on the nursery windowsill that matched neither the household fabrics nor the family's clothing. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, suggesting a skilled intruder might have accessed the second-floor nursery from outside. The investigation shifted. Security footage from neighboring homes revealed a dark figure moving between shadows during the night in question. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military personnel and experienced climbers. Rebecca was no longer the focus. Daniel returned from his business trip, distraught and confused. During his interview, investigators noticed unusual calluses on his hands. When questioned, he mentioned rock climbing as a hobby he had recently taken up to manage stress. The detectives exchanged glances. Financial records revealed a troubling picture. Daniel had recently taken out a substantial life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records showed multiple calls to an unknown number that ceased the day before the abduction. The case took a darker turn when investigators discovered Daniel had a second family in another community, a fact unknown to Rebecca. As the investigation deepened, the baby monitor became the central piece of evidence. Digital forensics revealed the device had been hacked. The signal had been intercepted and manipulated. The voice that whispered to go back to sleep wasn't coming from inside the nursery. It had been remotely broadcast to the receiver Rebecca kept by her bedside. The tracking of the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where they made a shocking discovery. Samuel was found alive, being cared for by a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her eyes vacant as she was handcuffed and led away. The connection emerged through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine was Daniel's first wife, who had suffered a miscarriage years earlier. Their marriage had dissolved after that tragedy, but Elaine had never recovered from the loss. She had been monitoring Daniel's life through social media, watching as he built a new family with Rebecca. Daniel denied any involvement, but digital evidence told a different story. His climbing equipment contained fibers matching those found on the windowsill. His specialized boots matched the partial print in the garden. Most damning of all, encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their plan. He would provide access to the home security system. She would take the child they both claimed was rightfully hers, and the insurance money would support their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced audio from the baby monitor. Beyond the whispered words that had chilled Rebecca that night, forensic audio specialists had isolated another sound in the background: Daniel's distinctive cough. Placing him at the scene during the abduction he claimed to know nothing about. The jury deliberated for less than 5 hours. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel relocated to rebuild their lives away from the painful memories. The case transformed how investigators approach modern abductions. Baby monitors across the country were examined for security vulnerabilities. Parents implemented additional safeguards in nurseries. Security experts warned of the increasing sophistication of crimes that leverage technology against the most vulnerable victims. Samuel would grow up never remembering the night he disappeared. Rebecca kept the stuffed rabbit locked away in a box in her closet. She couldn't bring herself to discard it, nor could she look at those glassy black eyes that had witnessed what truly happened when the baby monitor carried that whispered voice through the darkness. The monitor never lied. It had captured the truth, just not in the way anyone expected. Story 27. The town never mentioned the house at the edge of the woods. It stood alone, its windows blackened, its porch sagging under the weight of years. No one claimed to own it. No one could remember who built it. But when a group of hikers wandered too close, they saw something strange: names carved into the wooden siding, etched deep like warnings. At the bottom of the list, fresh and unweathered, was a name none of them recognized, until one of them whispered, voice trembling, "That's mine." The call came in during the night. Dispatch recorded it as a standard trespassing report. The voice on the line belonged to Mason Wright, the lead hiker who discovered his name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers expected nothing more than teenage vandalism, perhaps a prank among friends. What they found instead defied explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived as darkness enveloped the forest. The beam of her flashlight cut through the shadows, illuminating the weathered facade of the structure. The names 27 in total ran vertically down the eastern wall. Some had faded with age, nearly invisible against the gray wood. Others remained sharp, as if carved recently. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the cut still bearing traces of fresh sawdust. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his breath forming clouds in the cold air. "I don't understand how anyone would know my name." The investigation began with background checks on every name listed. The results chilled the detective team to their core. Each name belonged to someone reported missing over the past 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, others remained active. All shared one disturbing detail: the individuals had disappeared while hiking alone. Forensic analysts photographed each carving, noting the varying depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, corresponded to a missing persons case from 37 years prior. The case notes described a young woman who ventured into these woods and never returned. Search parties found nothing but a single hiking boot beside a stream. Detective Keller interviewed Mason extensively. His story remained consistent. He had no connection to the area beyond this hiking trip with 4 college friends. They had chosen the trail randomly, based on an online recommendation. Nothing about his background linked him to any of the other names on the wall. The investigation shifted focus to Mason's companions. Emily Chen, the group photographer, provided pictures taken throughout their hike. In reviewing the images, analysts noticed something disturbing: a blurred figure appeared in the background of 3 separate photos. The shape resembled a tall, thin man, always partially obscured by trees. "We never saw anyone else on the trail," Emily insisted. "We would have remembered." Detective Keller ordered a search of the house interior. The structure appeared abandoned. Dust covered every surface, furniture lay broken and scattered. Yet in the basement, officers discovered a disturbing scene. Personal items belonging to the missing hikers sat arranged in neat rows on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each labeled with a corresponding name from the wall outside. The evidence technicians worked methodically, documenting every item. Under ultraviolet light, blood patterns emerged on the concrete floor, years of stains that someone had attempted to clean. Ground-penetrating radar revealed no bodies buried beneath the house, yet cadaver dogs alerted repeatedly near the back of the property, where the forest grew densest. As the investigation intensified, Detective Keller noticed unusual behavior from Mason Wright. He began reporting strange occurrences: whispers outside his apartment, footprints in fresh snow leading to his door but not away, figures watching from the street. The department assigned an officer to protect him, but Mason grew increasingly paranoid. The breakthrough came when researchers discovered land records buried in county archives. The house had belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors rarely saw him, describing brief encounters with an unnervingly tall, gaunt man who avoided conversation. Blackwood disappeared without trace 15 years ago, his disappearance never officially investigated. Detective Keller obtained a warrant to search deeper into the surrounding forest. The search team discovered a network of crude hunting blinds strategically positioned along popular hiking paths. Inside one, they found a journal containing meticulous observations, descriptions of hikers, their routes, equipment, and patterns. The handwriting matched samples from Victor Blackwood's few existing documents. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbing over time. Early pages detailed hunting techniques for animals. Later entries described humans as prey, their habits, vulnerabilities, and methods for their collection. The final pages contained detailed accounts of stalking each victim on the wall, including elaborate descriptions of how he selected his targets. The manhunt for Blackwood mobilized across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scanned the forest. Tactical teams methodically searched every cave and ravine, yet no trace of the suspect emerged. Mason Wright stopped answering his phone. Officers dispatched to his apartment found the door unlocked, the rooms empty. On his bedroom wall, freshly carved, was a single line: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The search for Mason continued for weeks without success. Then, during a secondary sweep of Blackwood's house, forensic technicians made a horrifying discovery. Hidden behind a false wall in the basement, they found a small workshop containing woodworking tools, jars of wood preservatives, and a freshly carved piece of wood bearing a new name not yet mounted to the exterior wall. Detective Keller recognized the name instantly. It belonged to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had called in sick that morning and couldn't be reached by phone. Authorities established a continuous surveillance perimeter around the house. Camera systems recorded every approach. Motion sensors monitored for intrusions. The trap was set. 3 nights later, sensors triggered an alert. Security footage captured a figure emerging from the forest, impossibly tall and thin, moving with unnatural grace. The figure approached the house directly, seemingly unconcerned about the surveillance. As tactical teams closed in, the cameras briefly lost connection. When the system recovered, the figure had vanished. The house remains under constant surveillance today. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found. The investigation continues, with new resources allocated as similar disappearances are reported in other forested regions. The names on the wall have become legendary among criminal investigators. Some officers refuse to speak them aloud, others avoid the case entirely. And local hikers now give the house a wide berth, afraid that speaking of it might somehow add their names to that terrible list, the names no one speaks.